Hey everyone. Time to do my usual setup, if you will. Why not? Even though I've been farming wish lists by doing other media and not streaming. To be fair, streaming doesn't really garner them very fast, but then again, neither of the others. You got to keep just going nuts on it, and I'm learning. I'm not sure what I'm learning, but I'm learning it. One thing at a time. Got those. You know, I'm just going to tell people to wishlist Poppet Quest. I don't even care about any other message. Just, I want more wish lists, and I could give, you know, two shits about the others. Make a new message. I guess I'll collect Discord people as well. After that, I don't, like, they can follow or not, whatever. I don't care. If you've joined the Discord, that's way more valuable to me than any follow on another site. Wish lists are more valuable than subs and the like. I thought I deleted all the trash out of this thing. By thought I deleted, I mean I thought I deleted the ambient crap. Guess not. I did delete like 1,000 ambient tracks though. I do so hate ambience music. The unbalanced. Let me say it like that. Now I gotta bring up the kick stream. I gained a follower on Kick. That's rare. I'm up to 71 on there. Haven't hit 100 yet on that. Oh well. Perhaps I banned all the bots. Once you ban all the bots, you ban just about everyone on Kick. I guess I should have my chat up too, so I can actually see what people are saying. Probably helpful. What was I working on? God damn it. Which goes my to-do list and Google Docs. Actually, Google Drive swapped real fast because the other one had been active recently. Hey, Ice Cream. Imagine Dragon. I mean, you know. I like some of their tracks. Kind of surprising. They did a real smart thing. They made all their stuff copyright free. Then people used it everywhere. So much smarter. I swear like one track got them an entire start because everyone and their grandmother used it. Of course, I only remember that track and then the one from Arcane after that. You know. That's it. It's just two tracks. I was making cards for these, wasn't I? And I didn't finish. Lots of rendering. My computer's probably not going to handle that very well. Not that I want to render well. I don't want to use Dazzle on stream. That thing is just... questionable, I think is the term we're looking for. Oh, okay. That's fair. That actually came about because I was playing Guild Wars 2 and I made a Mesmer. And that's... I made every single class, but that was the one I started with. ended up playing more Necromancer than actual Mesmer. I played Mesmer for quite a while, but in a game where you got rewarded by just tagging any enemy with when the loot was dropped, it made more sense as than like a mass tag things. No, I would never make an MMO. I'm delusional, but there's levels of delusion beyond even me. I've only met one person in my entire game dev career here. I've been around the game dev community on and off for about 6 years. I met one person who successfully made an MMO, which they've been working on for 20 years. In their defense, they released the MMO ages ago as a much more simple looking one, and it's been supported ever since, though they've been working on it the whole time. You are that delusional? That's fair. Everyone shows up to the game dev world with delusional thinking because they don't know what it's like. So they just, you know, I think they can do whatever. And hey, maybe you can, but I think you'll find that everyone also learns the hard way that their expectations are like up here and their ability is like down here. I think Elfish is gone. Good morning to you. What's the MMO called? I actually don't remember what the MMO was that he was. It was the guy streams on Twitch. He's got like a Tiger VTuber. So if you see a Tiger VTuber, he's been working on. They're converting it to Unreal 5. Yeah, that guy. He's the only person I've ever seen who's ever successfully made an MMO. I'm not even sure he did it all alone. He's working on it alone now, to my knowledge, but I don't know. He's been at it for so long, and that's telling you there's a chance. I mean, if you manage expectations, anything is technically possible. But the big problem is always going to be content. That's what takes the longest to do. It's not the systems behind the game. Any idiot can make the systems behind the game in pretty short order. But content to fill up, like, you know, your world takes a long time. And that's why I've been reducing the scope of my own game over and over as I've discovered that I can fit so much content into these areas and I don't need all the space. Like, I could have a map that's miles and miles in every direction. Like, I can fill this whole thing up here, but I don't need this much content, and this would take me literal, you know, like years to do. Now I'm just filling up this building, and this building's taking me years. It's fair. It wasn't Dumb and Dumber. You're not wrong. I mean, it is kind of a game dev thing to believe you can do anything. The Dumb and Dumber aspect of game dev is ever present for certain. Let me tell you. And I mean, I'm no better. Don't take anything like any belief that I'm somehow like high and mighty above. I've got like thousands of hours documented in streams of the dumb that I've done. So let's not pretend like I'm the chosen one here. Because I assure you, I am not. But the thing that I think separates the successful game devs from the non-successful ones is really just perseverance and hard work. Like, those two things will make all the difference in the world. Like, if you're willing to just stick to one game and you just keep working at it through everything else, like, you'll eventually get there. If you're one of those people who keeps switching, gets bored of things and stuff like that, don't make an MMO, okay? Because it's going to take you probably a good 10 years. And it's going to be a lot of low points before you get to that high point. And your MMO's ain't that big for a 10-year, because I mean, like, MMOs take literal teams of hundreds of people 6 or 7 years to make. So you got to manage some serious expectations on that one. Actually, it's totally feasible to make my MMO myself. I'm too lazy. Yeah, see, then I wouldn't make an MMO because, you know, That's the wrong mentality right there. If you're too lazy, game dev is not a good thing for lazy people. Because the road is long, the road is hard, and the road requires a huge amount of work. So, being lazy isn't going to go very well for you, I can tell you right now. I mean, if it's just a hobby and you just want to do it because you want to do it, hey, you know, whatever. That's fine. I get it. But otherwise, make the flowers in there, right? Yep. This was a problem I had marked. Made some of this impossible to do. Not all of it, but enough of it that it was kind of annoying. Let's fix that. So when I mentioned not being lazy, that's fair. When I was younger, I was a lot lazier. I found that poor health, like any kind of problems would arise, you know, and it would really show me how much less time I have in life to do what I want. So that was always something to note. Because when I was in like my 20s, man, I played games a lot. Kind of dicked around. Had like health problems, like a little bit in my 30s, and then like definitely in my 40s. And I can tell you, every time it happens, you realize, you know, you're not immortal. You might think you have forever, but you do not. Yep, the sands of time. It's really that simple. People just it's easy to go the route of lazy, and I understand that it's a lure. I did it myself. If you want your game to get started, I mean, the reality is you want an MMO, you probably should, you know, expect to have it about 10 years from whenever you start. Maybe you get it, you get something out the door that's early access earlier than that, fine, but it's going to take so long to do that the sooner you start... Why did I open that one? I don't need that. The sooner you reach that point. But make certain it's an idea you really like, because you're going to be at it for a long, long time. I gotta figure out where this dumb plant is. I should have added it to the other one before making it vanish. I suppose it's fair. Question is, what are you going to do in your... What's your gameplay loop? What do you expect players to sit there and do all the time? That's really the first question you should ask yourself and all things there. It's just like, okay, well, what are the players going to be doing? What is the game? You'd be surprised how many people cannot answer this simple question. They don't even know what game they have. They just think they know until they have to tell me. I'm just like, Choose to generate extraction dungeons? I see. You'd be surprised, but procedurally generated stuff is not as easy to keep people around as you might think, because a lot of times it ends up being very samey. So the actual legs on those things isn't very high. I used to try randomization stuff too, like all that stuff, the procedural generated things, and that's what I found in people testing is that it actually, it's like, well, it always generated something different. It didn't have a lot of uniqueness to any one thing because it was always just whatever was generated, and there were limits on what could truly be generated unless you went out of your way to make all these unique things that could be generated. But then at that point, now you're just making a bunch of unique playset things that you could have just put into levels yourself. And so that's definitely a problem I ran into. So I started trying to add more unique things, which then led to... That's in the wash. Okay, fair enough. Which then led to all this time and effort to build a system that made compelling randomized levels that took so long to do that eventually I could have just made a game. That's actually where one of my games failed. Fun little story. The game before this failed because exactly that. In my effort to make this randomized world system work, it led to a game that never happened. Gotta learn my lesson somehow. Anyway, just keep adding more unique modules until it'll not feel samey. I mean, that's fair. Each module will take you time to dev, though. But you should definitely make a small version of it. Like, build out a game. Oh, it was this RPG Maker when I was making. It never got off the ground because it kept on... It takes so long to get the randomization. You have to make a system that makes logical randomization. Like, you have to give it logic. That's not how it builds your levels. It's not like, oh, look, I just randomly place everything and hope it works out. It doesn't... You either need to build your little, like, you know, sections in such a way that they randomly link together very well. Which then means, okay, well, does it have to have, like, what if it's only got one exit or two exits? Okay, then it has to end up by a level with an entrance, right? Otherwise, it doesn't work. But if they have 4 different exits every time, then it will feel kind of the same. Like, how do you get the player to go on a logical path anywhere? You know what I mean? Like, it was interesting to see. I had my worlds that were just entirely randomly generated, and it then made it very hard to have a good gameplay loop. Because again, compelling gameplay without having something unique to do is tough. So you need a gameplay loop that works. And it works really well with crafting games because the gameplay loop is destroy the things that are randomly generated and build stuff. That's it. That's your gameplay loop. So that benefits really, really well from having a bunch of randomly generated crap, right? Oh, Minecraft theory. Story-based things where you're trying to have like missions and things like that does not generate very, they don't randomly generate well at all. So basically you want like the least amount of story in any kind of randomly generated game. And the most amount of things that take advantage of stuff that it doesn't have to be unique. Well, there are like things out there that'll randomly generate like dungeons for you and everything, but they, again, the content's never that compelling in them, unless you make a bunch of unique little modules. I guess roguelikes do pretty well with the randomized stuff, right? I was really fascinated with it for a while. Not so much now, but I have found it to be not very game ready in my experience, but they have been messing with it, so it is possible it has gotten better. But it's incredibly heavy. And it doesn't make for good gameplay levels either, so there's that problem. Because mostly it's good at generating forests. That's really like forests and mountains, like the exterior things like that. But it doesn't really have paths, if you will. Like you can make pathways in it, but the player can just go off into the woods and do whatever, which means that they're not really locked in anything. So it's pretty good in like an open world level. But as far as designing an actual set path for the player to go to accomplish some kind of goal, it's really bad. I guess unless you're literally PCGing with just a bunch of rocks, and even then maybe I can get over them. I don't know. I did see a guy decorate a haunted house with a bunch of with PCG using just dropping crap everywhere, like weird grime, and that worked. But I've never seen a decent level generated through it. Yeah, that's what I mentioned earlier, the roguelike games benefiting from it. They're not really story-based, and they usually have some like real restrictions on them. Like, but then the other question is, like, how are you going to have that roguelike, you know, map deal with a bunch of players? Right? That's kind of an issue. Like, cool, great, but your gameplay needs to account for a whole team of people running around. It comes back to what's the gameplay loop you're developing for. An important thing to answer. You need to be able to know what you're building for, so... I need something more interesting than shelves. I always put shelves in rooms when I have no idea what I'm going to put here, because they're a good default for later. Old school dungeon crawler with PvP, huh? I guess the question is, how are you going to make PvP work in that? Right, because if you're just going along a singular path towards the goal, like the old school dungeon crawlers usually have, how are other players going to not just also start at the same thing and they just kill each other at the start? Right? I'm not saying you can't do these things. I just ask these questions because you should ask these questions when you're designing. It's like, okay, well, how am I going to facilitate my plan here? Like, what is the goal? How is this happening? You know. And when you can do that, that'll change a lot of how you design things. I see. Have you considered not having multiplayer in it? Because I'm not sure it actually benefits particularly from multiplayer. Maybe it does. This table is in the wall, by the way. That's what happens when you design in the dark. Let me tell you about designing in the dark and why it's probably not the best decision you'll ever make. Can't say I played Dark and Darker. Though to be fair, as a game dev, it's not like I have time to play games 90% of the time anyway. Gotta work that regular job. Got health problems to worry about, and I have to deal with making the game? Yeah, okay. What free time? That's for other people. Yes. Oh, wait, that sucks. Maybe your multiplayer is everyone gets loot, NPCs and chests, and then you kill each other for more loot. Try to escape what you have. Next in. I mean, maybe. They have to get out, boy, a certain, like, you just put a time limit on how long they have to get out too, potentially. Like the whole area is, you know, falling apart, there's a bomb about to go off, you know, take your pick for reason for time limit. A giant field is closing in on them, kind of like in Fortnite or whatever, you know, like whatever reason, and then, you know, it's like, well, you could go do this or you can get out, but then it would just be whoever had the most treasures counts as the winner. I mean, it's not like impossible. I guess the new question is, how does randomization even help this idea? Like, would it be better to just have a bunch of, you know, areas that you've pre-made, like a handful of like 10 maps or something that are full of all kinds of cool stuff to do, versus a bunch of randomly generated slop? Right? Because randomly generated maps don't ever have the playability of maps that you've actually hand designed. The longevity, if you will. Well, that's just it. The same map, like that, eventually all maps will get stale, but the difference is the maps that you've carefully designed versus random maps take a lot longer to get more boring. The randomized maps are the ones that get boring really fast. You wouldn't think that's the case, but getting there to be enough, you know, uniqueness between the random maps is so hard to do that they end up feeling the same. how often does a Minecraft world seem unique? It doesn't really ever seem unique, right? It's just that you build a bunch of unique stuff on it and make it unique. But otherwise, it feels like the same map. Like if you just kept starting a new game over and over and over and over, how different would each starting map even feel? Like a lot of devs think the randomization thing is a shortcut to longer gameplay things, but I can tell you, it's really not. Why, it's just laggy? Okay, fair enough. Really laggy. First load is always pretty laggy. And I'm not trying to discourage you from your idea either. I'm just offering up my observations here and things you want to think about. Not saying you shouldn't do any of this. I mean, go ahead and do it all by all means, sure, but things I've experienced along the way might be of help. Maybe not. Maybe they're just worthless. Who knows? This is actually not that uncompelling. Like, I really hate using the same handful of things, but occasionally having these is okay. You wouldn't have double jump here. I mean, that's fair, because you look at something like, oh gosh. Name's right on the tip of my tongue. It has a picture of like a baby with a weird little oval head and like these like over the top crying. It's like its little icon. You even see it on Twitch, his little icon. I cannot remember. In the game, it's like a Zelda style game with all sorts of weird mutated looking baby things. It's called The Binding of Isaac. Yeah, something like that, where it's a simple crawler where things are very randomized. I still don't think it works very well for multiplayer, but though I guess you could take a dungeon like that and have it. I mean, it takes a long time to make randomization for that game, I'm sure, but you could have built like a giant randomized dungeon out there and then just drop people like that and make it Binding of Isaac style, and that would probably be not too bad. I don't think it would make an MMO though, because the problem with an MMO is you have to set up for like it's the whole massively multiplayer thing, and you know you're gonna have to have all these servers, but your gameplay loop is more like an Among Us lobby where like you'd want like that many people to play versus a huge group. You agree with all my critiques? Yeah. I just think I'm the chosen one who can find the secret recipe and make it work. Despite all the other reasons. I mean, hey, like I say, game dev arises, you know, at peak delusion, and that's the only reason any game devs even show up in the first place, because if everyone knew what it being a game dev was real, like no one would ever show up. So keep the peak delusion. It'll only aid you in your journey for certain. Don't let anyone tell you different. Peak delusion is very important in the world of game dev. Anyone who says different, it's not a game dev. They don't know what it's really like. If they did, whew. I'm gonna move these things closer. These doors need some work, man. But I always like to talk out ideas, because I mean, you know, these things are impossible, because now after talking about it, I think can definitely see a multiplayer Binding of Isaac style dungeon crawler work. Not an MMO one. I can't think of an actual system that would fit that many people. I think it would always be arena style at best, but more like an Among Us lobby. Like you put, I don't know, 8 to 10 people in there and it probably works great. I can see that. But I mean, if you can come up with a gameplay loop that actually suits, you know, having so many people play it, like a whole massively multiplayer thing, then maybe it is a good idea. That's always the first challenge, though, is people just pitch to me your game, and you know, you have like, I don't know, 1 to 3 minutes to pitch to me your game. Tell me what your game is. Tell me your game idea, and if you can't do that, then you don't have a game. So, and a lot of people can't. It's like, okay, well, if you can't pitch to me your game idea that easily, then your game idea is either too complicated or you don't have one. Yeah, it's a handful of people. So then I guess my question is, why would you do massively multiplayer at that point? What you're introducing is the need for a lobby. You're introducing the need for a world outside of those that you now have to design to keep them busy while they're waiting. You now have to deal with all the server costs of all that crap. Or you could just release it as, you know, like a team type of thing, like a small, not small, but not team, but like a small type of thing, like an Among Us thing, and let Steam's multiplayer handle it for you, and it costs you nothing. So the question is, what does being an MMO add besides cost? Huge amount of cost and work for the game idea. Because servers are no joke. Like, it's expensive to have servers for, you know, hundreds of people. It's thousands even. Like, it's a lot. But if your game is just, hey, play it with your friends, then Steam covers all those costs. So and see, that's where you add in this huge amount of extra work now that I question if it actually adds to your game. Right? Like, you have randomly generated things, now you have to randomly generate quests. Does that really make your thing better, or would you rather just have things randomly spawn in the world as you go? What if people have different quests? Would they not have to have the same quest, or would they be in a different instance? How does that work, you know? Does your game need to really be like a place to meet friends? Should you not just build some sort of weird little game inside of, like, you know, Roblox at that point? Like, do you need this other stuff? Like, you could put shops inside of like a little mini lobby for the friends to work with. Same thing with crafting. You don't even need an actual overworld thingy. So my question is, how does it all work for your game? Like, you know, I'm working off the whole, like, you know, like Binding of Isaac style mini dungeon thingy for like a handful of people. Obviously, because you're saying instance. If you know, if you can come up with an idea that makes it all work. But I guess my question is, what does it actually give besides an unimaginable cost that you're probably not going to be able to afford to do? Both in time and just the cost for all the servers and stuff. But it's also designing a bunch of stuff that has nothing to do with your game. Like, cool, great, you can have all that, but why? I throw things out of my own game for the same reason. It's like, wow, this idea makes no sense. I don't even know why it's here. All the time. Because all too often, it's like, but why? Like, what function does this even serve? My answer is often none. Kind of like these pipes by the doors, which actually do serve a function. They actually act as platforms, by the way, if you're curious. But right now, I'm annoyed at them, so they feel like they serve no purpose. Hear me out. They feel like they serve no purpose. Oh yeah, changing every one of them changes like a million. Still, okay, that's. Hear me out. That was a lot. Think a social aspect is fun. We see people running around and calling and whatnot. I mean, it can be, but you still have to create a whole world for it, and then you have to have enough people to populate it too, and just getting people to look at your game is challenging enough. I'm in the advertising portion of the game right now, and I can tell you right now, it's very, very slow going. Yes. Nobody cares about your game. Nobody wants to look at your game. You have to sell people on your game. And in an MMO, you have to sell people on a lot more of your game. So your chances of failure are way higher. Because you need a lot of people to populate an MMO world. And to date, most AAA companies fail with that. So they have millions to dedicate to advertising. But you could have, you know, fun with your friends, like I say, you know, I mean, you pick your favorite 8 to 10 friends or something, and that's most people's social right there. Like, that's more than enough for most people. You just have lobbies created through that even too. Basically, what I'm mostly saying is you should take advantage of Steam's ability to provide all the multiplayer servers for you to save yourself a disgusting amount of money. But you can't do that if you're making a full-on MMO world. Because their servers aren't going to support that. Well, their services in general won't support that. This is much better. The pipes need to go into the walls a bit because I need to be able to jump on them. And I don't want to have the float that happens in between, which has been a real problem. Yeah, they have this multiplayer system, which is designed for, like, you know, matching lobbies and stuff like that. So things like Among Us never have to pay for their own servers. And you'll have to look into the multiplayer. Like, I'm not a scholar on the multiplayer stuff, so my knowledge of it is limited. But I've seen game dev videos explaining how you should use it because it's no cost. And I can tell you right now, games ain't free to make. Not just in time, but money is a real thing. So, I failed that jump because that's too high, huh? Also, this is not close enough to the wall either, apparently. Because I was looking at that and not that. Fair enough. The more I'm into this, like, you can tell someone's been a game dev for a while because they're much more of a realist than when they started. My first versions of this game were such peak delusion that I look at them now and I was just like, what the hell was I thinking? This is still slightly too high, huh? Wow. I might need to arrange these doors just a little bit less tall. Yeah. Maybe like 0.1 or 0.15. That's definitely not how I would go about it. And I just pick a squad-based game. I wouldn't even bother to have the lobby system. I would actually just let people build their own things and let them play anywhere from single player up to a certain number. Just to maximize, because a lot of people don't always want to play with a bunch of friends necessarily either. But I guess if your game was literally required them to have multiple people, then maybe I'd think a little more about it, but... I don't know. I guess I'm not the best choice to ask about multiplayer in general because I don't do a lot of multiplayer, but I do know people who do. And I know how long it takes to make stuff, and wow, that's still too high, huh? I guess I raised the door up. Whoa. I'm just filling the area with stuff now at this point. No, that's fair. Maybe you have to get the treasures and, like, you have a time limit and however many treasures you get gets, you know, the thing. Finally got on top of it. Perfect. All this so you can get over here, though I think there might be an argument that you could just make the jump. Why did you flicker? Thought I fixed that problem. See if I can make this jump from over here. Woo, bitches! Nope. You can double jump it, but obviously that's not acceptable. Yeah, you hate splines, I get it. Yeah, you could just do that, have you can make it turn-based, have a set number of turns, but then everyone has to wait for their turns. The upside to that is that less resource intensive because not everything's moving at a slower pace. That's kind of nice. I don't really like these things much. I kind of want a different glass container. Yeah, that's a good idea. Should always do the prototype first. People will you can see if people like it. You can figure out how the Steam servers work. See what the actual odds of things actually working out the way you want it, or if you need to make some changes. Because goodness knows, I made a lot of changes to how my game played out. It was nothing like this. I kind of want some other instruments for this thing here. Do I have instruments? He waits impatiently for a fab to load. See if there's free instruments. For free. Price tag. Free, sucker. Well, I like the steampunk piano more. Meh. A lot of times these things are like not actually separate, but this probably is. I can find a stand for it. Kind of want steampunk things. I could make my own. I already have gramophones, so I don't really need another gramophone. It would make sense if I just had violins on stands or something like that. Conductor setup, maybe? About this one. Also, I want to Patreon, the free prototype, and make enough per month to survive and keep developing further. Good luck. It takes a long time and a lot of effort to build up a Patreon. Just to build a fan base in general. Your whole audience thing. Like, I've been building an audience for years at this point. Not as long on Twitch, of course, but even on YouTube, it took forever. And I guess I didn't put a lot of effort into it, but I have like 110 people in my Discord at this point. It takes a long time. And even longer to convince them to give you money. Yes. Yes, indeed. Hear me out. People don't like to give out money. But if you keep building, eventually you'll get it. Start as soon as you can. That's my advice to you. The sooner you start, the sooner you get fans. Get yourself a Discord. Start producing some content for people to watch. Hell, even with 110 people, there's only, like in the Discord, there's only like 2 people watching on, you know, on Twitch right now. Actually, second. Speaking of which. Got set stuff up. Like a bunch of things I can do to improve my own traffic. If I don't do them, I get penalized. Especially on YouTube. Especially on YouTube. Guess if I want people watching, I gotta play the game, if you will. The game doesn't have many rules. There are ones you have to do. Help some. Yeah, it's definitely ambitious. You know, when I first designed it, I thought it was less ambitious than it was, but I keep adding more stuff and realizing how much space can go. And I had this extra area here, and I realized I could have a whole extra jumping thing over here to just go on. It's like, okay, well, now I need something over here, and maybe I want to make it more interesting over here for these. And, you know, I just, yeah, I just kind of keep running with it. And some of the like end game ideas have changed a bunch too, because actually it's the opposite has been happening. I've been removing the scope. Like I'm adding things into these areas where there's emptiness. I've actually been cutting out whole sections of the building. That's why I got rid of this big portion here where you can see the metal here, because it's like 20% of the thing of the game just removed that day. But what I realized is I had made all these rooms, but there was empty space in these rooms. There was just nothing in them. So why am I not filling them up, right? And that was the big issue. It's like, okay, well, I have all this space and I could make all this other areas, but at the same time, I could just make what I have more exciting. And it can take longer and there's just more to do, and it just led to a much better plan. Because as the story went, this started as an RPG Maker Game Jam game, right? And I lost that Game Jam, but the thing was I should have easily won it, but I made a terrible mistake. I decided that it needed 10 levels that you had to go through. This was a month-long Game Jam, but they were only going to play the game for half an hour. So all I really needed to do was make the content for half an hour really amazing and not even bother with the other stuff. But instead, I divided all my time amongst a bunch of extra areas that I didn't need, and suddenly I lost because when I got to the end, I hadn't had enough time to actually remove all the bugs. So even one of the judges during one of the live streams, he didn't mention my game specifically, but my game was so different that it was obvious he was talking about it. He said that it was such a cool idea, but it was so buggy he couldn't have it go on. And he was right. I had spent so much time on things that didn't matter, because the goal of the game was only to occupy them for half an hour. So this was a real problem. But when I came to this, I thought that I had reduced it a bunch. Well, actually, the first version was kind of like I made a prototype for RPG Maker that then I tried to convert that over into something that was more like for this, but 3D with extra features, and that was dumb. But as weird as it is and as funny as it is, this game was born out of taking all the stuff I'd made for the other game, for that I made for the regular. I used those to make my Game Jam game way better than it had any right to be, because I had all these plugins I'd made specifically for it, and I just took everything that worked from the game that was a failing and converted it into this game, and then made a thing for it. If I'd just been smart about it and been a little more restricting, I'd have done even better. And now every time this game gets changed, it gets I remove a bunch of crap from it and focus on what is actually good. Like the painting world was going to be like an entire world in its own right, with like you rescue all these toys and they build little buildings, and why? The hell does that even add to the game? What, you go there just so you can shop? Woo, fucking, why not just put the shops in the world, then you can jump on top of the shops as part of the puzzles? Like, what are we talking about here? Why would I do this? And yeah, so this game's been like, it's been born out of dealing with peak delusion and removing the delusion. Then I tried to make the other game into a 3D game first before this one, and that one was, again, just even more delusional. So Poppet Quest is very small scoped, because I realized that small ball is much easier to do than the large ball. You know, I could have some big epic struggle throughout the city between, like, you know, like huge political warring factions, or that can involve gods or something. Or I can have a bunch of toys duke it out in a building while everyone around them doesn't even know what's happening. Yeah, it's not finished. There are things. It's true. Some the game's not perfect yet. I keep taking things out, removing stuff. Certain abilities aren't very good yet. I'm still not sure about the whole rescuing toys mechanic because it's kind of sucks. And that it just takes a lot of time and effort. Do an ad break. Oh, sorry, it's in fix chair. Okay. The story is kind of a bit up in the air at the moment because I keep having to make changes, which I don't like. So that's annoying. But I've also learned to just kind of accept that some things are as the best I can get them. Like in my head, it's one way, but in reality, I can't make it the way I want it in my head, so I'll take what I can get. That happens a lot. I'll take what I can get. Because I already know my game is delusional and it's going to be really hard to finish for just one person. So for me to, you know, try to make it like it was in my head is insane. Like, that won't even happen, and that's just not even possible. This area up here is just hot garbage, by the way. I hate it. It's because of me blocked by the other thing. Yeah, I mean, being critical is, it's helpful to be critical sometimes about your stuff. Just, there's a measured level of being critical that's good. Like, there's definitely a certain level of too much critical where you're just like, okay, well, hear me out. It ain't gonna work, but you know, a little bit of maybe this isn't good enough. I think the city out here is not that great. Could make it cooler if I really wanted. I'm not probably going to, but some of the abilities really need some work to make them fun. They're kind of not fun. Also true. I need to make these things I don't like because they can't be opened, so I probably need to make my own openable glass case and replace these. That's something that's going to probably happen at some point. I don't even like having this many here. It's kind of weird. But I'm probably going to put instruments in them or something, I guess. It just gives me platforms to work with. So I'm going to take a quick bio break real fast since there's an ad running. I drank a lot of water before the stream. Right back. All right. So, Now, seriously, deleting a large quest in this game actually looked fine. You just looked eventually try to make it better. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, like, there is a certain amount of too much. Like, at some point, you have to accept it's good enough and get it out the door. Now, I definitely have found that I've deleted a lot of stuff along the way. A lot of it because it just wasn't working out, not because it was actually particularly good. But there are definitely some ideas that I've kind of kicked out the door that was just like, well, maybe it's not, I don't know, self-consciousness is a thing, for certain. Like, it's really easy to just think your stuff isn't good enough. And, you know, maybe it's not, but you know what's really not good enough? Never putting your game out. Hear me out. It's pretty bad to never put your game out. Yeah. I mean, I had one guy I talked to and I asked him to tell me, you know, the elevator pitch for his game. He goes into his entire world history. I'm like, nah, man, I don't want to hear about the gods of your world. Hell is the game you're making? Tell me what I'm supposed to be playing. Right? And he, like, when I first encountered him, had like a playable game back in UE4 before I even touched UE. And he just needed to make content for it, but he's so worried about doing that, so afraid of telling people what he's doing, that he just keeps perpetually working on systems behind it and has basically never made a game. And up until this point, he still doesn't have a game. He's been at it for longer than I've been a game dev. Even including the 2.5 years I had to take off for health reasons. So, I mean, but that's the thing, like, at some point you got to rip the band-aid off and just start telling people about it, just showing people stuff. And that's, streaming has helped me a lot for that. I'd be lying if I said it didn't. Like, when I first started doing, I wasn't, it took me a while to convince myself to have a microphone, let alone a camera. I thought people would look at me weird or something. Then I thought about it, I was like, you know what? When you walk down the street, how many people look at you? How many people talk to you? Do you think anything about them? The hell is it any different if someone's looking at you through on a screen? Like, what? How is your voice somehow weird to them versus the person on the street? As is always the case, the enemy in your mind is so much worse than the enemy without. Like, he'll make it seem way worse than it really is. Oh. You're playing as one who was killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, which is a toy store where all the toys come to life at night because of a curse. This curse powers you, and allowing you to use all of your abilities. Whenever you go in the darkness, you gain curse power, but you lose your sanity. If your sanity ever at 0, the curse takes you over and you lose, so you must return to the light in order to gain sanity. But you gain no curse power then, so you have to balance between the two in order to do these things. You use the tarot, powers based on the tarot, to, do things, such as, the Fool being a giant squeaky toy, or the Magician being able to pick up objects and throw them like that, or the Empress being able to grow and shrink plants, in order to traverse this entire building to find a way to either break the curse, or get your body back, and or both. I mean, whatever it takes. And along the way, maybe help some others in the process. That's pretty much the gist of it. And I have a long tour I'll show people playing the game, but I mean, that's kind of like what I tell you. Like, that's like, just this brief thing. You know what my game is. It's a 3D Metroidvania based on being a doll who's trying to escape a toy store gone mad, essentially. Not that hard to tell people. But a lot of devs can't do it. It's crazy to me. I'm like, but you can't tell me the game you're making? And I have a Steam page now where I spent a while trying to repitch the game over and over and over in less and less words because there's a limit to how many words you get. I was like, oh no. I had this pitch all in my head and it's like, that's too many words. I'm like, oh, too many characters. This. So. Sometimes I say that the game's kind of like inspired by things like Alice Madness Returns and the like, but not in my pitch on like Steam or anything. I don't want to say that because, you know, if I say that, then EA might decide to do something. You never know with EA. They're a little questionable. But hopefully the game sounds fun to people. I've been very money where my mouth is kind of thing, where I just show people what I'm doing as I go. So it's not like there's any surprises for my game as far as, you know, you get to see me messing with it. I just fell off there like an idiot. 10 out of 10, good strategy there, buddy. And my plan was just to walk over here. But I mean, your elevator pitch doesn't have to be complicated. In fact, it shouldn't be complicated. In fact, the one I gave you was probably too long. But on stream, I have the luxury of a longer time span to do anything. Well, this is interesting. Why didn't you load? It just took a while. It's not loading in on this side for some reason. Like, I've seen it flicker a couple times, right? My question is why? There should be a room info right here, right? I guess there's like a brief period where you're not in there, so maybe I make it a little like wider. Maybe like a 17, maybe they need to overlap a bit. I mean, you kind of had an overall idea, but you haven't really pitched your, like, you know, your gameplay loop or anything like that. I mean, it's like, it's real simple. I mean, it's a starting point for certain, but so far from what I gather, it is what, multiplayer, like, I should say instance dungeons, as you said, like that, where everyone is you know, put in there and trying at random points trying to escape with the most treasure by killing each other off, and then you have some big world to keep them busy in the meantime. That's pretty much what I've gotten so far from your pitch, which is not really much of a pitch per se, because there's not a lot of specifics. Like, describe to me what your game is. Like, give me the gameplay loop, you know, give me some details, like, sell me on your game, because it's essentially what it is. It's like you get like 1 to 3 minutes to, like, imagine I'm a publisher. You have 1 to 3 minutes to convince me your game is worth investing in. What do you tell me? And that's your elevator pitch right there. Now, obviously, if they're interested in, like, they like your 1 to 3 minutes, they're going to talk to you more and you're going to get more time. But if you can't interest them in the first 1 to 3 minutes, they probably are not going to invest in your game. And you got to realize that, you know, a player is essentially an investor, if you will, in the game too. They're investing their time. So is their time worth it? And maybe it is, but you got to sell them on it. And you don't get very long either, because, I mean, let's go over to old Steam here. This is how many characters I got to the letter for explaining what this is. I wrote, Poppet Quest is an exploration-based 3D Metroidvania. Play as Poppet, a murdered woman returned to life as a doll. Trapped in a toy store, cursed and losing your sanity, you must battle through legions of toys driven mad. Can you break the curse? Can you save yourself? That's all the characters I get to explain that. That is the blurb that almost everyone is going to read. You get pictures, you get all kinds of things, you get trailers, you get whatever, but let me tell you about how you have very little to talk about there. And, you know, when they have a trailer thing that goes through like that, and that's the thing. In the elevator pitch, you do not give me these big details. You have like 1 to 3 minutes to explain to yourself your thing to me, to sell me on it. Because you should be able to rattle off some kind of 1 to 3 minute explanation of your game. And if you just describe something generic, you won't sell anybody. That's essentially what you described. There's nothing to differentiate your game from anything else at this point. You haven't given anything. I mean, here, like, once I get to the about the game here, if you look, now I get to describe more things. But even I know that a wall of text isn't going to convince anyone, so I started putting pictures. I need to have animated pictures too, by the way. And I'll probably expand upon it even more as I go, because, again, like, I'm just building as I go. Still, you're trying to sell people. So imagine you're making a Steam page. How are you going to sell people? Or you're talking to a publisher. You don't have a lot of time. People don't look at things for long. How do you look at a store in Steam? You just start scrolling through things and look for pictures. This is how long you have to convince me with your graphics. Once you get to the pictures, okay, I click this. Now you have this and this to convince me. Maybe a couple pictures if I like. Before we even talk about that. And this is like it. I'm basically asking you to do the pitch the game to me. I don't really care about whatever game I just clicked on, but, you know, for purposes of that. But if someone's interested, like, once you get past it, you should be able to describe the rest of your game to them. Like, you know, if they want to get there, like, I give people the tour. And the tour is like half an hour to an hour long, sometimes longer if there's a lot of people, because they're interested. And once they're interested, I mean, like, that's how I'm going to get wish lists. I just go, hey, here's the tour. I don't like this section right here. It needs something in this area in between. It bugs the crap out of me that it's just like this, you know? I didn't build these things with the furniture in mind. Yeah. So I might make a furniture thing. But you need to be able to describe your gameplay. Look into a gameplay, actually a game dev doc, you know? Like, to, you know, explain what your game is and all that. Because that'd be the next step. That you need to make a gameplay doc to explain everything, you know, and go over all your own stuff so you know what you're building. Because if you just wing it, then you run into all the problems of scope creep and, you know, just maybe this idea sounds good, but you don't even know what you're building. You're just like the blind leading the blind kind of thing. And it's not a good strategy. I know that was a strategy I used for quite a while, and I can tell you right now, it's not very effective. Oh, thanks for the sub, Helm Vector, with the Prime. How's it going? Where is that at? All my homies have a credits thingy. +1 in the struggle to be the highest person there. You're actually tied for second. Aha! Well, more than be like second place. Obviously, TX like bought like 16 gifted subs. So he's pretty hard to beat without doing that. If you hang around long enough. Oh, pretty good, pretty good. I was working on the music room, trying to decide what I wanted to do with it. I don't like anything I'm doing with this room yet, but I had a bunch of extra space, and I'm just trying to figure it out, because it sucks. And I was discussing with Ice Krieg's idea there. And all the delusional things that us game devs do. And the delusion is strong with game devs. So that's how you become a game dev. You go to pick your class, and you have to look at your delusion stat, and if your delusion stat isn't high enough, you can't be a game dev. If you aren't envisioning your epic battle between gods, are you even a game dev? That was the big joke in the RPG Maker thing. People would show up there and everyone's story would always devolve into fighting God. He was like, okay, your story is fight God, huh? Get in the back with the others, okay? Like, seriously? No, mind you, no, get in the back with the others. Nobody's impressed. We've all been there. Get over yourself. Ah. But anyway, you're currently tied for second on the highest in the credits thingy. All this stuff here. I figure at this point I've learned enough that other people can learn from me because, you know, I've done a lot of dumb. Should go through and fix all the doors. I fixed the doors earlier and then bother to finish it. I want them to stick partially out like that. Yeah, I think that I've learned enough from game dev to realize that I'm a lot of the pitfalls. I need to really just start making like a little shorts explaining the pitfalls of game dev, the do's and don'ts. With my explanation being that, you know, all the stupid crap I've done. Guess I made a change to the doors, so I gotta mess with all the doors real quick. If I do, it's gonna be a problem. A lot of doors in the game. Quite a few, actually. Why aren't all the doors just in the building? Like, seriously, just move them to the building. Seriously. Are you in the data layer? You might be. You can't be, because if you were in the data layer, you wouldn't load. That's fair, Squeak. I mean, I wasn't that great at it either. It's just a question of time. Like, just, you know, you'll get used, you know, just do it, just keep working on it, and eventually you'll be able to do it. Like, I mean, it's just keep explaining it, keep going over it. Saying it out loud will often make a big difference for making it sound better too, because, you know, a lot of things said out loud sound way stupider or way better, just depending upon, you know, what it is. But a lot of things I've said, it's just like, wow, now that I said this out loud, this was stupid. Every once in a while I try to explain why something is stupid, and then I think I actually discover it was actually a good idea all along. Oh, that one's happened a lot. It's pretty funny. It's like, hear me out. This is, no, wait, actually that wasn't dumb. So. I highly recommend telling people your ideas. I remember I was also afraid people would copy my stuff, and then I realized it doesn't matter because, you know, they aren't going to make the same game anyway. So, you know, the idea is not necessarily a unique idea, just their implementation will be different than mine. I should raise some of these up and lower some of the other ones down. Like this one needs to be raised up even. Some of these holes in the walls are not very accurate, but I was trying to make it so that these things, the door jams, would actually stick up and not be, need to be down there in the thing. A lot of these things, you know, hear me out. They ain't so great. I should probably pick a number and then just say this is the number they're all at. And I think the number is not this ridiculous number, but 1523. 10523. Hey JG, how's it going? We're discussing the most important like stat for any game dev when first joining it, and that's the delusion stat. If you're not delusional enough, you'll never get into game dev. It's a requirement for the class. You know, wizards need intelligence. Sorcerers need, you know, charisma. Game devs, delusion. I'm just standardizing every door. Also got to make sure the doors don't stick out weird either. We're only going to talk about how the walls aren't exactly perfect, okay? Don't worry about it. It's fine. Yeah, almost every one of these is stuck in the ground, by the way. I heard the name Arc Raiders mentioned recently. Mostly because they used AI in it, and that's about it. And it did well. These are two things that I've heard about it. That's about it. Nothing else I've really heard about it. I mean, it seems reasonable enough, unlike the holes in these walls, which are clearly too small. Oops. Fixing some crap. Fixing some crap. So you can both jump on it and have it be not awful. I realized I bought this one pack of steampunk things. I wanted it for so long and I basically have never used it. And I need to go through and add it to everywhere because I could use way more steampunk in my game. Because For a steampunk game, there's surprisingly way less steampunk than you'd think. That was half the point, man. Gotta add in the steampunk. Or at least enough that, you know, I can say it's a steampunk game. I'm gonna just do this to position them just inside the walls. It's a lot easier. I want them sticking part way in the walls, but not much more than that. This door is actually not at 90, by the way. How does I point that out? There's that awkwardly angled door. Neither is this one, for that matter. This actually serves more functions than you think. A lot of the problem I'm fixing is a lot of the doors had a floatiness at the top of them because you get caught between the pipe and the door. So I'm fixing that bug essentially by going through and doing that. Also, I wanted they go too low because the pipes didn't go the same distance down to the floorboard, so I had to lower the floor thingy in there to make the pipes look okay. So that's another bug that's kind of in there. So basically it's just a problem on like every door where I haven't really standardized it the whole time, and it looks bad and it causes, you know, weird floating. So I should probably fix it. I did a bunch of things I was like working on the weekend, but they're all for stuff that is like late game spoilers, so I didn't actually show anybody it, which is so crappy. It's like I did all these things, but aw. I do think there's going to be a major change to the story, though, the way it plays out in the end. Just because I came up with a better thing than the other. Like, it's not going to be like this massive... Well, it is going to be a change, but I definitely came up with a much better idea. For some events, like, not for the very ending. The very ending hasn't actually changed one bit, but... As I was designing the outfit for the world, because the world does have a unique outfit, I was definitely, thinking about it. I was like, you know, maybe, just maybe, this should play out a little bit different. I think when you see the world outfit, you'll see that there are implications, you see. I did go out of my way to make certain they were pretty freaking obvious. But I've been going, I've been messing with that particular outfit for a bunch of time behind the scenes. Just a bunch. I'm gonna flip this. So that when it opens into this wall here, because otherwise it opens into there and it's really weird. The room's so tiny. When it actually opens this way, that's fine. I did the same with this one too. I open it now so it goes in here because it was going through the railing here. That is going to be an interesting thing to think about, though. When I get near the end of the game, like, how much of it will I be able to stream? And how much will people be like, oh my god, spoilers? Right? Also, now every door is, like, the wrong size for those things. Yeah, I may have to put up a tag just to be like, yep, spoilers, blah, blah, blah. Don't watch if no one spoils. Hear me out. And some people be like, spoil me, baby. And I'll be like, okay, well, Tried to warn him. Oh, this one's not going to be the same height at all. It's going to be the same height as the other doors down there. I guess I'm going to do it at a different time. Or maybe I'm just going to put this one in the right position, then just change all the others based on it. Okay, I'm trying to see through the wall to see where it would be, but hear me out. It's easier said than done. Oh. Well, that's terrible. I think what'll probably happen is I'll end up spoiling it because content, and also I gotta make it sometime. If I'm gonna make it on the stream, the odds that I make it any kind of time quickly is pretty low. Stream time is like the vast majority of the game dev time I have. Of course, most of the weekend I was just doing ads and things. I even have a trailer now for the game, even though it's only an alpha trailer because I only have alpha footage. Still, it's something. It's also at a weird height. Both these are, I think. I could probably get away with this. That was still a bit weird. I was making renders for the tarot cards too, though I have still have to do a bunch of them. Some of the ones I'm not sure I'm gonna do it because the character, all the stuff's in Unreal Engine, and porting it to DAZ doesn't do a very good job. It loses all the texturing. Oh, a Stream Boo person, huh? Nice. Oh. I have the good news. I managed to get myself 105 wish lists so far. It was a good weekend. I think I picked up 9 over the weekend. Which is still not amazing, but hear me out. It's not the worst. Right? It's like passable. Yeah. I'm told Steam starts to really hype your game at around 8,000. And so far, I'm having a real hard time convincing people to click the damn link, as they say. Like I had a surprisingly successful one here with 2,300 views on it. And of that, 15 people clicked the link, and not all of them actually wishlisted it. So it's slow going for certain. The same thing got like 1,300 views as a short, by the way, as well. I don't have any ideas on that. Yeah, the Duckies did great. Now I kind of want this mechanic. Like, hear me out. Like, we have the Duckies. That part's good. Gotta hear my hit like that. Right up to around here, where I actually just did played the video backwards. Like, I love a little time reversal thing that was this accurate. I don't quite know how I would pull that off, but I'd have to like record every single thing done, maybe. It'd be really challenging. Did great for the short though, because it just loops forever and people will keep watching because they don't recognize the part where it ends and it begins again. I'm learning that as I do the things like that. You want 30 seconds and where people don't realize it ended and they keep watching and they go, okay, all right, and they're still watching, trying to figure it out. And then, you know, I regret not having a... I didn't put a link directly in here. This was a mistake here. I didn't put the link directly here, so I got these engagements right. But I put the link down here as a secondary one. And let me tell you about how nobody clicked this. And I only got 84 impressions. They said you get less, like the algorithm won't pick you up. But since I just reply to other people and they just repost my stuff, it doesn't do anything. So this was a big mistake doing it that way. I learned that in the last few posts. Just like this one here has already got a link click. That's the one for, it's supposed to be for Wishlist Wednesday, which I put it up during Tuesday. So I could link to people's Wishlist Wednesday thingies. And, you know, it's done okay. I mean, I haven't replied back to everyone yet. So this one here, like 3 link clicks. Not great. I don't think anyone wishlisted based on it. Nothing on this one. There was no link to... Actually, there was a link, but nobody clicked it. Yeah, engagement's low on that one. That's not surprising. But yeah, wasted on that one. Mistakes were made. Wasted on this one, too. This one did terrible. Bad. Showcase Thursday is not a real thing. Don't pretend. I tried to get in on that. Didn't work. Didn't have a link on this one. Mistakes were made. Same thing here. Yeah. Slowly learning as I go. Some aspect, no idea. I want a feudal system, PvP, land conquest, and the bigger your territory, the more tax you collect from sales tax. How does that even relate to the little dungeons, though, that you go through? Like, it sounds like you're making a different game now. Like a system for a game that didn't want it. I apparently wanted to teleport out here. I didn't think that was what I wanted to do, but hear me out. It's actually what I wanted to do. Anyone who says different didn't see me just teleport out there, did they? Guess not. Well, yeah, it's in the overworld, but what does it have to do with the rest of your game? Like, what does it really do for you? Like, how does it enhance your gameplay loop? Is the question, really. Because as far as I can tell, it kind of doesn't. This goes underneath the other thing, so it doesn't matter when the chapel appears, right? So it's not really a bug. Doesn't make a difference. Yeah. That's the big question you should ask all things. I've been asking myself more the question as I go. It's like, okay, well, what does this really add to the game itself? Or is it really adding gameplay, or am I just adding something to add something because I feel like adding something? I mean, you know, like, what are we doing here? And a lot of times, I can't justify it. So it gets cut. Gotta cut them. Yeah. Yeah, they know what they did. Yeah. Yeah, see, yeah. Alright, we're gonna make this one stick at 5. Put the music back on, too. What happened? Oh, I see. I had an extra number on there. Obviously, that was not going to go over well. Guess I'll fix all the doors so that they're sticking in the right direction. But then you have to make an entire Kingdom and Defense game, which has very little to do with your other game, so it's like a separate game entirely. Which is like the real question of, but why? Right? Because if you make something that has nothing to do with the portion of the game that people actually play, they'll just ignore it and you just waste your time. Like, I was talking to one guy and he like has every idea under the sun into his game, but the problem is then like one, no ideas particularly has enough time to actually be that amazing because he has every idea, so to work on all of them. But two, it's also like, okay, well, what am I even supposed to do in your game? Because there's so many ideas and well, Like, okay, you have all these things, but why? What are we doing here? And for a lot of people, that'll be the question they ask you. It's like, okay, well, cool, but why? The motivation should be that you're stronger for the other dungeons, right? That should be your motivation for doing well in a dungeon. Like if you're not stronger for having done it, then I mean, the whole point of those games is usually looter scooter kind of thing. Like you just go in there, you loot places and get stuff, right? Isn't that what you do? So if you're not looting, then what are you doing? This is like slightly too high, very annoying. It's kind of like with was like Assassin's Creed Shadows or something, where they had this big old create your own little village, and you could like even have cats and stuff like that. And it's like, cool, but why? The hell do I care about that? I'm here to kill people. I'm an assassin. That's the whole point, right? I don't care about this other thing. Like, why are we doing this? And then you waste all these resources on something that, you know, has nothing to do with your game. That's where the little toy city in my game went, where originally I was like, that little toy city is so cool. I'm like, but why? What is that really adding to this game? Here, I mean, I'm seeing how much work it's going to take. I mean, like, you sure you want to do that, buddy? Because time ain't free. You have a lot to get done, and it's going to take you a while. You sure you want to do that? Like, I'm going to end up restructuring these probably a bit. Probably raise the floor in this room a little. That's the main thing I do now. I have to justify it to myself. Like, if I can justify it to myself, okay, maybe it can stay, but I do have to justify it to myself, otherwise it gets kicked. This wall is also very bad. I'm starting to realize maybe these pipes are too high on the top there, but I can always bring them down a bit too, potentially. Because I don't really want to increase the size of all the walls, you know? Even though they kind of match the door size. Near perfect at this point. I should have been much more careful about this before completing a lot of these walls. Of course, in this level, a lot of the walls aren't going to be the same. Yep, I've been doing that a lot lately. Justification for why something gets to be in the game as it is. Not saying you can't run it, I'm just saying you should justify it. And a lot of times I can't. I hate that all these are stuck in the floor like this. Whatever, this is chapter 2, okay? Like, I got time. This one has a hole too. I could just fix this one on the spot. Yeah, good thing to think about. Think of that Ryan Reynolds meme where it's the but why. Just play that in your mind whenever you think of an idea for game dev. The amount of time and effort you will save yourself if you do that is incredible. Just don't play it in your mind before you start doing game dev. Don't do that to yourself, because, you know, we need more game devs. We can always use more game devs, but I don't think we're getting a lot more game devs if that's the first thing you think about. No. Don't be like that. Don't introduce reason before you get started. I made that problem with TX and like, you know, now he decided not to get into game dev because I explained it in such a way that made more sense to pay someone else to do it. I was like, no, mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. So basically things I like about medieval fantasy is feudal politics and dungeon crawling, so I'm trying to mash them together. Well, the problem is they don't really mash together well. Like, if you're gonna have some political thing, when you get into a dungeon and you're fighting to the death, the politics really don't make a difference, right? So while everyone's out there, you know, running through dungeons, they come out and they have to sit there and monitor some lands or something. You'd be wiser to just make 2 separate games. So then you could build them around it and things like that instead of trying to convince players to do something they didn't really want to do because they showed it for one aspect of your game. But the other aspect is so different that they're just like, okay, well, I just did a dumb thing there. By sending the door to all zeros. It's not very useful there, by the way. Hear me out. A lot of these doors were in terrible locations, by the way. One problem with putting too many ideas in a game is everything just ends up half-baked as well. Not enough time to invest in any one idea, so all your ideas end up being kind of mediocre. That's why I reduced the scope of this game. I was like, well, I could just sit there and put everything in here, or I could just cut out the crap and invest in making the stuff that's remaining way better. Also make it where you don't fall against, you don't float forever every time you jump on a door. I hear that's a pretty nice thing. Well, I mean, randomly generated worlds aren't ever immersive. Like, you have to build everything in them. Like, Minecraft is not really the most immersive world. You just build something on it to make it kind of cool, but that's about the best you're going to do for immersion in a world that's randomly generated. Being inside of a dungeon is not particularly like this immersive huge world either. Right? Because it's, you know, it's small scope. You're in a dungeon. So I think what'll happen is people will go, oh, that's so cool, and then they'll just ignore that and go kill all things in the dungeons forever. Like, at least that's my estimation of how it'll play out. It's just like, great, but okay. Guess I should actually raise this up a little bit if I'm gonna make them all whatever height this is. Not sure. I do think that's the thing, is you could always make another game. But if you try to cram everything into one game, then you'll be making that one game forever and you'll never get to the next game. Greater chance of failure. And then you gotta find someone who wants all these features. Like, So I have to want to dungeon crawl and then manage some territories. Like it's like Civilization, but the Binding of Isaac. Like what the hell? Like somehow I think the person who plays one isn't the person who plays the other. I could be wrong. I'm not always right, but hear me out. They don't seem very similar in audience. It might be. I doubt it. Binding of Civilization. There you go. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Everyone will know exactly what we're talking about. I'm not saying you can't find some way to make it work, but I think the road to make it work is going to be a long one for certain. So that is a weird combination. Or you can make a PvP game where it's just like a little mini Civilization game. Which, by the way, don't forget that, you know, Civilization took a big, you know, AAA game studio a huge amount of time to make and millions of dollars. So don't forget that little part too. The thing you want to throw in as an extra is like this big huge thing to start with. There's my music. I hate this track, whatever it is. Keep quiet. Sometimes I just want noise versus pure silence because I don't know, when I'm doing any kind of moving things in the environment, it's just nicer to have not silence. Guess I'll fix this right here. Well, I mean, that's like real life. Any of the walls involved with this? No. Only the dungeon is wherever you work at. Hear me out. Trying to find where these stupid walls are. There they are. Oh, that's why I couldn't select. I was like, wait a minute. Move this to the building. You might not remember be a king. It's only for guild leaders, basically. So, let me get this straight. You have this entire game mode that's only useful for a tiny fraction of your populace of your game that you're going to invest all this time in. That is somehow going to improve the lives of everyone else in your game, even though they don't get to play it. What it sounds like is you're making the game really bad for almost everybody, and it's a really bad idea. Normally I don't call things outright bad ideas. That sounds like a bad idea. Feature should be something everyone can enjoy in your game, because otherwise you're wasting a lot of dev time. And attacks that people have to deal with, or monitoring lanes so that some guild leader can do it. Because, I mean, there aren't going to be that many guild leaders in your game, right? Like, you know, one per however big each guild is, essentially. Say your guild is like 20 people per, 40 people per, like, that's not many. That reminds me of, like, WildStar, where they had this big thing where they're like, oh yeah, it's gonna be so great, raids, blah blah blah, except for basically they even said themselves nobody really actually raids. The percentage of people raiding their thing is nothing. So basically the game had no content for most of their populace, but those people who liked raids had something. But then their game closed down because, do you know what the problem was? Nobody raids. Well, it's easier to be big PvP battles everyone can participate in. Whichever guild wins gets more taxes. Again, like, it sounds like you're just making a whole bunch of extra games. Like, it doesn't, like, now like you have a civilization set up, giant PvP battles, the dungeons are supposed to go in. I mean, if you think you're gonna make like World of Warcraft, trust me when I say you're not. You know you're not, because everyone else tries to do that, and you know what? And so far, there's only one company's ever successfully made World of Warcraft. That's right. It's probably not the best plan, hear me out. I mean, the only way you were talking about a simple MMO earlier, like that when you said like the simplest MMO possible kind of thing, and then now you're got all these different ideas that you're throwing in there, and now the game is like multiple games all at the same time. Like, hey, eventually get that. Oh well, thanks for wish listing, and thanks for the congrats. Things appear to go well in the world of wish lists. They do not go well in the world of doors here. The world of doors appears to be very far off. In fact, this floor just seems like it's too low or the building is too high. In most cases, that means the floor is too low because I'm not about to raise the building up. But the floor matches this. Huh. Well. Huh. Hey, while this is simple, nothing you've described is simple. We have a civilization game, some sort of weird Binding of Isaac dungeon crawler thingy, a massive PvP wars thingy, some weird, lobby that they can have some immersive world with politics and stuff. I gotta, man. Is Scope Group talk time? Yes, it's always Scope Group talk time. What are you talking about? Like, when is that not the thing everybody wants to do? We ain't talking scope creep. Are we really talking? Really? I guess I raised this floor up because I'm not lowering the building. I'm not lowering the building. I'm just not, okay? Like, it's not happening. F that noise. I'm gonna make this work. Problem is, I gotta raise this floor up too. Of course, this floor is already still high enough up that it doesn't matter. Even this floor has to go up though. But yeah, I guess this is actually where it needs to be. Which means I gotta raise the whole city up, huh? Well, let's get this the right height, then raise the city. I guess I'm gonna raise this floor a little bit, so I'm gonna raise this to... Actually, that's not far off where it needs to be. I forgot these doors need to be different. I don't know. I hate to discourage people because, it's a thing, but you should definitely spend some time to make a game dev doc and just start building your prototype. Just see where it goes and see how much that you really want to add in later. How much you think you end up needing would be like my advice. Because I think you're going to discover that it's going to be a lot of work and you might not really want to add a lot of it later when you discover it just isn't that necessary. Maybe not though. Maybe you'll be like, nope, I must add this too. Yeah, the city's got to go about that height. This way, this is just big enough to stub your toe. Right? Who doesn't want a good toe stubbing? Oh, other way. Maybe like 35 or something. How close can we get? That's a little better. Then the interior building. Raising the city up doesn't really hurt anything because you don't play out there anyway, so who gives a crap? This floor, though. does need to be probably raised up a bit, because I really don't want to remake the building again. You're locked, aren't you? It makes sense. I don't typically like to unlock the floor, because then I gotta fix it if it gets messed up again. So let me like 130. No. 135? That's probably pretty decent. I just fix every other thing like that. Now it matches the building. Can't really raise much up though, so there is that little problem. But to be fair, most of this is box brushes anyway, so. Sounds complicated. Randomly generate a room, spawning players, NPCs inside is easy. It's usually the same concept, but around engine. Well, you got to make, you know, the area fun to be at. You got to design, because level design is a thing as well. You know, you got to make it where it's actually an interesting design. With the random generation, like, just because you drop a bunch of crap somewhere doesn't make it fun. And you have to have the whole system around it for why they're doing it. You have to balance all the different classes and things, like all the abilities and stuff. I mean, there's a lot. The idea you're describing is basically World of Warcraft. It's literally the big, huge open PvP things, the political things with the guild leaders, all that crap. It's World of Warcraft. You gotta fill it full of content too. But you'd be surprised. You have a lot of systems in there. Like this. You have a lot. Like any one of those concepts as a game by itself will take literally, like, you know, multiple years to accomplish for a single player version. I'm not sure why I'm actually restructuring these. I do know I could actually vastly improve my frame rate if I fix these walls, though, down here. Are you, like, locked or something? Is that why I can't move you? I guess so. Sure. I thought I unlocked every door. No, I want this here. Was this thing already solid? Like, oh, it's already solid. Okay. Oh, I can't really raise it up much then, can I? Well, I guess I sort of can. Oh, look how long it's taken to make the game I'm making, and I've been making it pretty simple, cutting out things because of how long it was taking. Quality takes a while. Maybe a challenge, systems of... Oh, thanks, Sniper44. How's it going? 11 more and you'll get it too? Hell yes. I mean, drop a link to your game in the chat. I'll wishlist it. Why not? We'll get everyone up to 100. Up to a hundo. Assuming I haven't already wishlisted it. I don't know if I have, but... if I haven't, I'll wishlist it. I got you. Well, now you got to build an auction house too. And auction houses take a lot of time as well. Then you got to make enough items to use an auction house for. Content takes a long time. I can tell you right now, content takes a long time. He says he's making content like, here, I'm just adjusting all the doors because they have problems. I'm not sure why I'm doing this necessarily. I also wanted to adjust the ones that were higher up, but then I discovered those doors were ludicrous. I think I'm just going to lock all the doors in place again, though. And deal with them later. Because I really don't want to sit there and deal with the doors on the third in the third chapter, because I'm not even done with the second chapter, so like I'm not even done with the first chapter. I'm adding things to that. Haven't any good ideas for a while on it. I probably should go through and look at it more. I need to add in encounters and things like that too. Ugh. Speaking of things that are obnoxious, I'm gonna lock this in place too. I don't want it to move anymore. I'm also gonna lock the building. Stop moving. Stop moving. It's already locked. Okay, good. In the city. I'm gonna lock the city. Stop moving. It's annoying when they keep moving. And then for the building stuff, let's H-load all that. Huh. Oh, I see this. Not what I'm doing. The amount of memory management in this game is so high. Like I said, the best memory management I could do right now is to take every one of those brushes and convert it into a static mesh. That'd be the best choice. There's 58 of them on the map. That is a lot. Which means every other one I make is going to be hella slow. I could finish up a lot of these things for the second floor. If I assume I'm not making any additional changes to them, which I might not be. Yeah, link it. Link your Steam page. Do it. I don't see a link. I don't think I forbid links on YouTube. Double check and see if I did. I'm already on the back end. What am I doing? Did you try to post your link, or so I know if I need to find the see if it's venting it or not? It's being posted. Where is that? It's on this. No, I'm not locking links, so they should be fine. Yeah, I was making a game called Land Remember Tomorrow, and I decided not to make it because it's a broken mess. So if I wasn't making this one, I'd probably go back to it. I have ideas of how I'd make it better now, and how I'd probably reduce its scope immensely. Because it was peak stupidity. And I did peak delusion. I did a lot of dumb. I think I'm going to start converting these back to what they're supposed to be. I don't think I'm going to do anything special with them. I'm just going to... just to improve performance, because it's getting to the point like that. Oh, originally, basically, the, this girl was escaping, you know, all these, you know, people who basically killed her entire family, and they were... she ran off into the mountains, and along the way, fell off a cliff because it was nighttime and everything like that. And the entire premise is her trying to wake up from, like, you know, well, basically fighting death to wake up. They're battling in her own head for the will to go on. Originally, not really, as it has its very own weird, unique thingy. Like when I tried to move to Unreal Engine, I thought about making a Metroidvania, but it takes so long to select this. But then I decided that, well, the whole thing was a mess. We're so by say congrats on your wish list. Get back to work. Have a good one. Apparently, I've gotten a wish list your game, so I did as well. Awesome, thanks. But I didn't see a link for your game, so I could wish list it. Like, where's the link? Like, put it in chat. Wish list it, or you can put it in the Discord if you want to, either or both. I don't care. I'm so confused. I'm just trying to wish list this game. Oh my god. Yeah, the game had its own weird, unique mechanics, where you were basically you would run around and you would create these little pathway thingies behind you, and those would be your weapons. You could hit a button to destroy them, hit things, anywhere nearby, and you could also use it to drag things. And she was trying to drag essentially pieces of like her memories into a goal thing, or to rebuild her memories and then get to the next area. And along the way, the level's being disintegrated. So she would, you could drag time thingies back there too to reset the disintegration thingy and buy a little more time until eventually they'd run out and you would lose if you hadn't done it fast enough. So it was a lot more level centric and a very different style game for certain. And surprisingly, the gameplay loop was pretty good. It just, the engine was complete garbage. Because I built it in RPG Maker. And I don't think the mechanic works very well in 3D. I know because I gave it to Poppet to test. Only a 3D version of the mechanic, of course. And that is the Hermit mechanic. Only the Hermit mechanic doesn't pull anything in this game, but to test out how combat would play out. Yeah, so these things here show little pathways behind and things like that. And you can detonate them to deal damage to things. So that was the mechanic converted into like a 3D thing. It's very different in this. It's not like a little pathway thing. Like the other one, it went through so many iterations to be not well, to be what it finally was at the end. But I can find an image or thingy of it or something. That one's not a bad one. All right. You have an idea of it. This is somewhat early on, but you can grab little things like that. You see the level being disintegrated from the side there? And the little bar represents that. Oh, this is where I did the little menu. I built the menu on top of it. I was just showing out the menu, I think, to someone, but... And later on it got better. But... if that's work, have a great stream. Oh, thanks, Victor. Thanks again for the Prime. I'll be here if, for a while yet, if you get off work early or something. yeah, you can see the character running around the little world and everything like that. So it had a lot of random things. This was the RPG Maker though, and again, like I spent all this effort to make all these engines that were like, you know, all these plugins to make the engine able to do these things, and in reality I could have just done it in freaking Unreal or something. Yeah, this had the weird shaking trees bug. I remember that. I don't remember what caused them to shake. It was something. I fixed it at some point, but this was all fake 3D. Like, this is all literally just 2D images overlaid, and it was just based upon whether X was for whether or not one was displayed in front of the other. And a whole animation system for it and everything like that. Made all that for it. Yeah. Big pain. Terrible engine. Not designed for what I was using it for. And it showed. I could have made the same game in, like, you know, a fraction of the time. And I probably will remake it in, like, Unreal or something, but it benefits more from a top-down than it does from a this third-person perspective. Though, to be fair, I got that, you know, game animation sample, so I'm just saying I could make use of that, and I could probably make it much cooler. I don't know. I can make it good. I don't think it'd be... I don't know how it would make a very good Metroidvania with that being its main mechanic. If anything, I would probably make it not a Metroidvania at all. Also, having been working so much on Metroidvania, they take a very long time. So I don't know how many more I plan on making. It'll depend on how well this one does. Or how many more I make. Hear me out. Maybe we'll even view this stream on YouTube. Man, the streams get almost no views. The freaking shorts, man, on YouTube get so many more views. Like, I put a short up earlier, and it's got 534 views. And like all shorts, it's just straight up brain rot. But that doesn't matter because the algorithm likes brain rot. This is all it is. You can't even see it because it's blocking. It doesn't matter. It's just literally this. Making a comment that's finally playing. There's audio too, I guess. Whatever, I don't care. And just literally growing these things like this. Nothing special because it doesn't matter. People who watch shorts will eat any slop you feed them. It is irrelevant if it's good or entertaining or anything. It just occupies their, you know, brain with that little bit of endorphins for 30 seconds. And by the time you realize what you've watched, it's already too late because it's playing it again. And then it counts as a second watch because you sat there watching it that long. So now I have 2 watches for your one time you actually did that before you scroll on to the next thing. What a dumb system. I've never felt more idiocracy-like than when shorts existed. To be fair, all social media is just basically slop, so... Sniper didn't leave his game link. Oh, one of the ones I did a while ago where I tried to actually put some effort into it, and it didn't even do much better. Stupid. I have one that's got like 1598, but the crappy one with the stupid duckies that I recorded over nothing, it's like 1300 and has way more likes. It didn't do anything. It's just straight up hitting duckies and rewind. It's actually recorded 16 seconds of footage and then rewind the 16 seconds as the other half of it. That's it. It took so little time. Why even put effort in this one? I think it's 3 or 4 hours. This one again, I just and this the link. These aren't really accurate because you can see in the dashboard the actual accurate of 547 for this one right now. Yeah, well, I watched a video and someone explained to me, like in the video, that they were doing a thing where they were just posting content every single day, and eventually the algorithm just started liking them. Because the algorithm rewards, like, you know, frequency over quality. You know, it's just quantity over quality. There we go. That's what we're looking for. That's what we're looking for. The more you produce things, the more it recommends, the more people start seeing your various other things. And you know what's funny? I post a new short, and then the other shorts get more views. And they're all garbage. Why even do it? What am I doing here? And to be fair, I don't make any money off YouTube, so, you know, it's just kind of an irrelevant thing right now, but still. The viewership is way higher. Meanwhile, on this stream so far, there's like nobody viewing so far, but to be fair, early on in the stream, there's not many views. There's like, what, 17 people have viewed over the course of the stream for Twitch, which usually I hit a little over 100 by the end of the stream. And then the YouTube so far, 18 people have watched it, and that one can be like 30 to 100 depending upon. It just depends on what they think. But I mean, the viewership isn't really that high. I have no idea how many people actually viewed me on Kick, but right now there's 4 concurrents on YouTube and 6 on Twitch. So 12 people spread out, I guess. That's something. But it's just crazy because, you know, you're not really getting eyes on by streaming. Like, you'll get the most I don't want to use the word rabid, but basically, like, you know, your most fervent fans. There we go. The people who will literally support you just about anywhere, no matter what you do. And then, but it's not enough people to ever really sell your game. Like, you gotta branch out to everyone else. And I can tell you right now, you're gonna have to put a lot of work in to find all of them. This is so far off. Weird. So that's what I'm doing right now. It's just like, I gotta show my stuff to thousands of people. Oh, I was fixing these brushes because they're horrible for performance, and I just want to turn them into anything. I mean, I could just take them off the map entirely, but I'm probably not doing that. Also, put the music back on. Yeah, I'm experimenting with it. And I don't mind telling people what I'm doing. I would say it all the time just to see, you know, if other people are interested too in what I'm doing. Because, you know, you never know. Maybe someone else will find it helpful. Just like now I'm putting the number of wish lists I have in my stream title. Maybe that'll encourage people to watch me build it. Maybe. No guarantee of that. This does not even connect, by the way. Are you in this wall? No. About 40. I prefer pushing them slightly into the walls just so I can move it around later if I need to. Yeah, but these things are overwhelmingly heavy. But I built most of the building out of them. It's just, you know, I made a bunch of stuff and then never came back to it. And to be fair, I plan on doing a lot of moving. I don't think I'm going to change the layout of Chapter 2 anymore. I think it's basically where it's supposed to be. Chapter 3 is just pure concept. But I don't super need it yet either, so I don't really care that much. I care a little, but not that much. Hear me out? Not that much. Maybe? Nah. Let's convert this puppy. That's the right size. What was this? I'm sorry, caps lock, huh? Secret garden. Here's office wall. Add collision. Box simplify because it's an easy collision. The way these things work is every single new one has to calculate against every other one, so each new one makes them all heavier and heavier and heavier. Alright, so I was building this here. And this was a big change to this area that I... I'm uncertain on yet. Because I had to redo this floor. And I think I'm okay with how far over that goes. Because underneath there is a thing, I guess. Am I okay with it? I think I want this to be brick here instead. I think what I'm saying is I'm kind of tired of coding at the moment. Also, like I say, I do have to optimize for speed. And I could just move all these onto a different map entirely. Of course, I just put them all on this map in the first place because I was like, oh, I can now have them all on the same map. This is so cool. True. It's cool, but it's not without its pitfalls, let me tell you. Interesting. Lots of metal in this place. I could do all metal like this down here. Like a submarine almost. But I think that would get kind of visually difficult to look at. Right? Maybe I'm weird in thinking that. But I don't know, just having, even though it doesn't logically line up, maybe I just leave it as it is. I think it's just these two. I just had to redo this floor. And I didn't want to redo that portion there. That's how he needs to go out more too anyway. Or this one just needs to go in. I think you need to go in. Or not. Man, that's some ugly connections right here. Like, none of these connect well. Look at that. Like, there's a hole in that. There's... This is just gross. I'm just going to push all that back, probably. I need to load up this room. I kind of want to design some of the later areas just so I have something to work, you know, like a brain cleanse from all the balancing and new systems added to the other area, you know? Where it's just so much stuff that I'm just like, ugh, why? You're locked in place, aren't you? Might unlock the whole building and then relock the building after I'm done. Yeah, I think I'd want to do that. I kind of want them to stick a little farther out that way. I don't care if they stick inside of the walls like that, because it doesn't matter unless they share the exact same particular coordinate. They just have to share like a Z or a Y or whatever, and then it would be an issue. But since they don't, And this is gonna have to go out too, because I want it to basically shove out to the point where these aren't visible anymore. Like this too, I guess. There's stuff on it. And I can just shove this out so it doesn't cause a problem anymore. Isn't that exciting? And some of these tracks really suck. That's okay, that's why I'm listening to them so I can sort them. Oh, you're actually below that. Oh. This is somewhat in the wall, so I can kind of move it over to the side a bit too. Ah, it's tedious. Can't quite exactly line up, so they have to be like one off or something. Actually, I think maybe I want this wall to stick out more because I don't, I think it would look nicer if this matched up with this, and then this was a separate section than the other way around. Like, hear me out. You still don't connect though. Yeah, it's better. Still not ideal, but I think it's definitely better than having a literal hole in it. Jesus. Terrible. And then there's you. Why do I have it going this far back? Is there a reason? No. Not really. I think I was trying to make this where it was more walkable, and it never was because this wall here causes a problem. And I think that was what I was looking at when I did this and why I haven't fixed it, because I was trying to decide what I was going to do about it. Because the theory is you take one of these doors, right? And the door is approximately the right size. Let me unlock this door. And if they can't get through there, like, this should be about how tall it should be through this spot here. And it's just not, right? Like, it should be right here. Which leads me to believe there should almost be like, some sort of, like, wall system blocking this off. Like, this should almost just be one giant thing. Because otherwise, it doesn't really work. There's a window here, though, which kind of sucks. But I guess I could run with it anyway and just do a little different. That's the way I see it. This probably shouldn't be here. So I'll put this here as a blockade for the moment. I'll fix it in the future when I get around to it. No tiny walls here, huh? Damn. This is a floor to this. I don't like this setup. With the whole like, canopy thing going on here. Guess this one has to come down a little bit then. Locked. But the issue I have is I need a key here. There has to be some point for a key. And then the other argument is there a point to this little cave area, or do I just simply turn it into another thing instead? Like, I could move this in farther. Shrink the size of that over there and have this be like a little passageway down. But again, the issue is I'm going to have to essentially blockade over this door. Bunch of stuff going to have to be redone here for certain. This area could be way more open than it is, and there could be pillars here. And the door could simply be blocking this small area here. Right? No, I was supposed to be removing these, but hear me out. I'm actually just adding them now. I could put all over the door and then just have those kinds of things. Option, I can make it go halfway, but there's a window here. I don't know how I feel about that. I guess I also have one of these too. Do I want to use one of these? There's an area underneath though, that's the problem. Like if I do this, then how am I going to fit that? Because this goes down here and then it pops out and then there's another one underneath it. To get down to the third chapter as an alternate way in to the third chapter. So there's at least 2 ways in and out. Useful for the future when I want to add or remove things. That's true. Meanwhile, if I put this here... It's hypothetical this year. Like it could go here. Do keep in mind I can go a little farther out, I guess. It'd have to be like that to there, and then I'd have to have another one down to here if that was the case. And also, well, it would be the door here. How tall is this really? So it could be yet another way down. And that's not like impossible. I could do this. I could actually just have one going into the other and then it would actually work. Instead of having these awful things. Then I only need a tiny hole and I don't have to do some bizarro world extra crap. I can probably keep a lot of the stuff I had previously. As soon as I figure out what I'm even looking at. I didn't realize how low this was. This is the floor, right? Yeah. Okay. This drops off to here, so I can't really put that there. Let me tell you how much more annoying this is you're building downwards. Like I should have built upwards. Because then I wouldn't have building on top of it as I'm building things, so it'd be a lot easier to see where I was going with things. So it'd be like this. Put a thing there, and then I just get rid of this garbage. I already have a doorway, so I don't really care. I would delete these because they're not great. Actually, it's good work. Kinda. Just kind of get stuck in the wall a little bit. that's the case, then I unlock this door. This does give me a lot more place to play in this particular room. I have like big focal rooms where there's a lot that goes on, and then little tiny rooms that are kind of just there. The downside of these is that I had all this crap up here. And I kind of don't want to have to redo it, but I do need a way to unlock this area out, so it's probably better to have a way through here than it is to have the other. Like, you know, you want to have some sort of anything going on than having like a weird, like, part of this is blocked and then this is just an area that sticks out over here. Like if you can just walk the whole way around the pool. That does mean I'm gonna have to change some of the stuff around here, I guess. Never did see a link for that. Interesting. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm taking a quick bio break. And I will figure out what in the hell is going on with this. Yeah. Right back. Gotta go chill myself in the rest of the house, apparently. I come in here and it's... I gotta turn the heater back on. It's the cycle continues every time. It's just like, I forget how cold it is in the rest of the house and how much warmer it is in this room, and I go outside and it's like, oh, go out of the house, out of the room, and it's like, oh, mistakes were made. Mistakes are often made. That's okay. Alright. Now I broke all this crap in the effort of trying to make this work. Well, I mean, I can move this farther over, I guess. Well, I can't move the other one farther over. That's the only problem. Like, this one can't really move farther out. But I can always move this in a bit so it's a little less ridiculous. So I know there's a thingy here. Why don't I have it selected? Weird. I probably want to have these farther apart. And the main reasoning for it is they need a certain amount of space, and I can't really wall away that space very easily, so they need to be kind of a bit farther from each other. Is what I'm seeing. And this floor is going to need to be wide enough that you could walk down, essentially. I make like a tiny little door there. I don't need the rest of this here. It doesn't need to even be this big. Actually, this doesn't even need to be all the way out here. I can just shrink this down now. It gives me more space to play with. Right? Because I only care about this blocking this little area, so it gives me this huge extra space to play with. It's not just garbage underneath there like I had before. But the fact that this is so much lower is kind of obnoxious. I don't really like that. I mean, I could lower everything. I think, why didn't I lower everything? What's the reasoning behind this? Is there a good reason? I kind of don't think there is. Like, why can't I lower it all? Why does this need to go all the way over to here when it could just as easily come down? I will have to move all these, but it gives me more space to play with too vertically in this area, which could probably use it. Because this area is just way higher than normal. As evidenced by these things in here. Is it way higher? Actually, I remain unconvinced that it is. Well, I could recut this whole thing and move them down. Like, I could just delete this and then create a new one that covers the whole area. Sometimes I just like to build. Don't think anyone will fault me on that one. You know, actually, Man, I hate having to redo this wall. But to be 100% fair, and hear me out, I could just have a pipe maze up here. I don't necessarily need these little dorky rooms either. Like, they're kind of in the way, and they're not that great. I could put stuff up here that they're an interesting thing in a way. But if they were just pipes, then I have all the space here to play with as well. Which I don't hate. Because pipes are never bad. Mini rooms are interesting too, but pipes, man. And this is just part of that too. Yeah, let's say I ditch this garbage. Like, let's just say I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. I'll have to figure out what I'm gonna do about all this stuff here, obviously. Do I hate this canopy stuff? Maybe less than I thought. Because it could have a little canopy going on. But I'm gonna have to redo all these anyway. But I could keep like some sort of things to hold it up. I am gonna need a little wall here no matter what happens. So let's just go ahead and make a wall there so I get an idea where things are going. I always seem to drag it a negative way for some reason. Yeah, it could just be a thing that's on top. That's an interesting idea. So annoying to have this crap going. Well, it's like a size 10. Just kind of squish it down some. Aha, 12. 10.2. Of course, the downside is this thing actually sticks into it. If I raise it up too much, it's already basically at pipe level. Maybe it is better to just have assorted pipe stuff. I don't know. We'll see. At most, I have a little building here. Not a very wide building. Has a way down. I gotta make this taller anyway, just to blockade. This one doesn't need to go anywhere near as far down, so mostly just need to make a dupe real fast and then move the other one down. I'm gonna make this so it's also got the leaves thing in a second. Probably should have done it first before I made all these dupes of it, but hear me out, I didn't do that. Takes forever to select them all. Which be like, we don't count the lurkers. Except for when ads run. I didn't realize this wasn't even completed. I could ramp this up. Let me complete this first before I complete that, because this is more important than that. I'm just gonna make 2. Easier than screwing with it. Now it's functional. Then this here, we're gonna just get rid of the how wide it is. I like how open this makes this, because I can put more weird crap in the place instead of just walls that don't do anything. And so far, I'm mostly out nothing. Like, I'm out things I didn't care about. Yeah, that'll be easy. And then you just do this, open the door to get down to there, just jump down, jump up. That gives me this big, huge room to play with now. Almost too big, but it's possible I could subdivide rooms even more. Like, I do that a lot. I did that a bunch in the first chapter, just subdivided the crap out of things. So there's a very high likelihood I'll do the same here. But that's a future me problem, not a now me problem. Oops. Not quite enough. In reality, I need to move this one over too, so I probably need to remake this wall. Fine. Let's just get out of the way. Should be one of the last restructures on this, because I just wanted to add a 3rd floor. Or another way to the, well, another way to the 3rd chapter, I should say. And I just didn't have it. And I was like, nah. So potentially I could let you go in between these 2 levels a lot more than the other one. I mean, at any point I could also add levels from each chapter into the other ones if I felt like it would give you opportunity to go into them. I don't know if I'm going to do that, but I could. It's not a 0. Kinda. All this, I can move this over here.
Because it just looks bad. Like, it looks so off. In my defense, it was much more aligned with the amount of space I had previously, but... No, it's not.
Yeah, look at this. This freaking short now has 753 views. This is the perfect music for that. Just the same derpy whatever music. That's right. Over 2,000 views on YouTube in like the last, 48 hours because of 2 idiotic shorts where I recorded approximately 45 seconds worth of gameplay. This is the stupid world we live in now. More perfect music for that. That reminds me. Let me do a quick little abusal of an algorithm here. Since this will get me significantly more views than the other. I'll get right back to this in a second. I'm just doing an algorithm thing here that you have to do it at very specific times. I'm just basically reposting my thing to every single thread that asks about it for Wishlist Wednesday. And the more people that do that, the more times you do that, the more people are like, hey buddy, pal, friendo. And I'll get right back to designing this monstrosity. I mean, it's literally just going over here and going, oh, look at this. Talk about your indie game. Yeah, sure. Let me tell you about it. My game's awesome. There you go. There's my game. Next. Sure. Isn't this fun? Next. I already did that one. Don't care. Yeah, sure. This one's important because it's got it in the name, right? Wish list. So I want to see how many wish lists I get out of it. Spanish video games? No. Sure. Here you go, buddy. This is what I got. Pretty neat, huh? That's retardation. I did that one. Oh, now we're at the ones I've done, I think. Yeah, sure. Neat. By the way, I got a like and a reply on that already. It's dumb. Is it real engagement? No. Does the algorithm know? No. Let me rephrase, the algorithm doesn't care. It knows, it doesn't care. I think this should actually be farther over. I think that it's not a very good set the way it is right now. I can also just move this door over, or this thing over. How effective it is to sit there and play with the algorithm like that, I don't know. But I'll figure it out. I've long since learned that you just kind of have to test these things and see if it works out. And prey upon people's desire for retarded things. Are we locked? Sounds locked to me. So something along these lines, and now it's no longer a big deal. Then there's still this, though. Maybe I have to lower it, or I can put some sort of a ramp set up over here or something. It can also just be a step up, too. Why is it blue on that side? Or that changes to all these ones, the colors, right? Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. The other option is this. Then it looks like it's almost intended. Maybe. Well, the big problem with lowering it is this door is in a wall that I don't want to change again. So that kind of sucks. The downside of this, though, is enemies have a hard time with this unless I put some dumb little ramp. Then it's fine. Which means I just answered my own question. Right? You just go boop, 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 boop. Something along those lines. Time to view up, not the other way, but thank you for that. If I keep a little thing up here, then I have to have some kind of something, or I just get rid of this and say screw it. If I just get rid of it, what
There's nothing to overhang off of. I kind of like the overhang idea. Somewhere to wander around to. Kind of removes all the mushrooms and everything like that, so that's kind of weird. Meh. Well, if you're curious, my little plant thing also got 122 here. It didn't do too hot on the Imager. The Imager doesn't do as well with retardation as the other ones. You have to try to make your something entertaining. It's not like YouTube where you can just get away with some real stupid crap, and apparently that's all they care about. We just showed it to everybody and therefore it was fine. If I just get rid of all these, is that the thing? Like, is it just a pipe maze now? Is it really worth it? Because there used to be, there was a secret way through here, but that's kind of gone now. So this whole system here, I kind of like this overhang stuff here. Like the leaves overhanging. This, I don't know how much I like this anymore. It's okay. It's somewhere to wander around to, but you hit your head on it. It's kind of garbage. If I get rid of it, I can have little, like, you know, tree thingies in here. Then I gotta give up this. To be fair, these could also go into the water too a bit, and that might also look okay. Would it? Hold on, let's unclick it first off. Kind of weird. I don't know if I like it. Same thing here with this being now higher up. I think I might actually just want to reduce. Every one of these is above. And I think if they're all above, then I should probably just make them not all above. Right? That didn't seem to really do much. It's better on these ones though. Some of these other ones not so much, but I think that's actually not terrible. Yeah, I think it's probably better. Some of these ones are just a bit small. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do about that. Be sad, I guess. I don't think I really want all these things like that. Maybe I just want like a small like something to hold it or something. Plus he's also kind of getting in the way. I guess Poppet could jump through them. They just kind of are in the way though. It has to be high enough to hide that wood. Preferably low enough that you could still use the pipes to get to it though, so that's kind of where I'm at right now. I just want it to be approximately that. Yeah. Curse you, stupid thingy. Or I can just put something on there and try to hide it. That's about probably I'll do then.
me swap these out. I'm seeing battery low on me. Guess I kind of had them in my ears all day. Funny, but I don't really have any good design ideas either. I was just fixing some bugs with these things here because I was like, you know, I need to get rid of some of these brushes. But, you know, you just kind of build as you go. This room, like the Safari room, has had a lot of changes. Better ideas, you know? I'm experimenting with various things in the background to see how they interact with how Twitch does things now, to amuse myself. It's like slightly too big. It like sticks through the wall here or something. Kind of, well, maybe not. Open this door. It also needs to open in the other direction, right? It needs to open out. Yeah. Otherwise it would block the path. And that's really weird. Like, hear me out, it's weird. I wish I'd standardized these doors more. Auto pump room too. We'd have double jump by now. We should make this less tedious. Yeah, you can get multiple stairs at once. They're kind of not the best, but hear me out. It would work out. Why can I see through that? Oh, never mind. I was one higher.
The ether hums my name, but it's a liar in a brass failure. Clocks tick to mock the dynamo stole my share secrets by rebuilding it back with You're going the wrong way. Why are you talking You're going the right way. Too long a stick is not all that great. The dynamo stole
Apparently this needs to have both things set here. So I was able to see underneath it. Just see through it. The one down here should also be metal. Right. Oops. Not what I expected to have happen. Though, hear me out. That actually doesn't look bad. Right? Very ornate. Better to me. Accidental greatness. Well, now I don't know if I want to change it or not, because they were all plain Jane now, and now they're like less plain Jane. This also used to go into this room here. I don't know if I like that better or worse. It kind of pops in this hallway here now. I prefer to have the door at the top, so this way they don't accidentally go down and have to climb back up, so it's annoying. Could have door both actually, but I don't think I'm gonna do that. Could also just complete these down here. This other I don't even know about. This should actually just be one wall. I don't know why it's two. I'll come back to that, right? I plan on making a bunch of changes to it. This one, I think I'm just gonna delete out this one. Make one wall that's big. Have a door and put it in here. Why are there no doors on anything? Just jumping for joy. Okay, look at this. It's got 833 views now. Gained like, 80 views since I last said. Oh, look at how many views it's got. It counts for like no watch time whatsoever. Like streaming gives all my watch time. Like, I mean, you combine every short I've ever had, it's probably like a couple hours in watch time, and then one stream that's like not even a particularly popular stream will have like 50 hours of watch time. So, I mean, streams are where the real watch time is for certain. I think I'm okay with this. I might. Oh, I can't move it over too much because there's kind of the stairs there now. Am I stairwelling it from this point on? Maybe. Well, it doesn't have to be perfect, so I don't care. Near the very end of each area, I'll go through and double check all the walls that they're where I want them to be. Otherwise, I don't care. Well, I could care, but hear me out, I don't. I had you selected too. Guess not. So far I've added like 6 or 7 brushes, and it takes forever to select all adjacent surfaces too. Definitely the downside doing it on this map. It's like over time it starts to get like it never forgets or something. I don't know. It's weird. We'll do this unknown wall. I have absolutely no inkling what this room is going to turn into, but to be fair, that's been most of this. And I'm really starting to think that maybe, just maybe, there's too many floors. As I contemplate what I should do about all this crap. Anyway. Need this edit. Needs a collision. Complex is simple because it has a wall, a hole in it. Nope. It has a hole in it. It'll never find that, so we're messing with that. Are all these in the new area? I think so. Sure. I remember you. Select them all yet? Oh, it's Twin City Wall, I guess. Well, it's Twin City Hallway, I guess. Sure. And sometimes you just remove 3 brushes at once. Definitely not the most exciting thing in the world. But if I want things to work right... I mean, the best optimization would be if I started putting these in data layers too. Yeah, data layers for each section. I could really go nuts with that. I don't think I'm doing that, but... It might also get put into the giant building thing too at some point as well. So then I don't move them ever, it's just that. But the building thing's always loaded in. I'll do that. Well, it's not always loaded in, but it basically is always loaded, or sections of it are. It's designed to be like that. It do be like that. It do be like that. Oh, I think it's Scooby-Doo, but hey, whatever. Actually, that was kind of crap because the location of that door kind of sucks. Can I move it over a little bit and fix the problem? No. That was kind of a flub. Guess we're doing it again, but this time with feeling, huh? You're at the same height. Sure.
Hello there.
Hey, Lepus. How's it going? I'm breaking things. Don't mind me. Actually, I was just fixing a bunch of these stupid brushes. To be 100% fair. How's your day going? And I'm up to 105 wish lists. Oh, shit. Eating after a long meeting. Let's see. Hopefully it was a productive meeting. I mean, you know, it was long. All my homies hate long meetings. Man, I just did terrible on this whole thing, didn't I? Herbal. I have 105 wish lists. I got 5 more. Wish I had 200 wish lists. It's slow going. You don't really get wish lists very fast. Unfortunately. Not many people watching today. It's possible I might get rid of Tuesday for just having weekend streams. Yeah, I put a trailer up on the page. It's not my finest work in the world. Decent enough, but problem is I only have like alpha footage of the game. So it's like not everything's even available yet to use, so it's like cool. Which says the game's too long when you think about it. Just saying. You know, like if you have to do that, the game's too long. That's what it feels like. Hear me out, the game's too long. I had much to do. But I was like, I guess I'll stream tonight. Even though like all it does is produce the game for me, I don't know how productive of a use of time streaming truly is anymore. It makes a little money, but seems like the most money's made by just learning how to beat the algorithm with shorts and friggin' posts on X. I wonder 5.6 by 7.5 because of the plugin I told you. Yeah, that's why I hate plugins. Sometimes you have to make the decision between abandon the plugin or abandon the version of Unreal, and I always abandon the plugin first because Unreal's going to keep getting new versions, but those plugins, not so much. I had them with dialogue plugins. Eventually I made my own blueprint dialogue because I got so tired of dialogue plugins getting discontinued or something. And now I don't have to worry about it. Now I have my own plugin and I don't care. My own plugin, I mean, I'm just the code. Which just seems so much better to me than, you know, the other where you just hate yourself because, you know, every other day they cancel it. Check out how well my new short's doing. 909 views already. It's like 30 seconds of gameplay. I don't even give a crap. It might even dethrone the other one I just made. It was 1300, the Ducky one, which was 16 seconds of crap and then played backwards for the other 16 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, they're working out pretty good. This number is always behind the number on the dashboard. This number is always the correct number, 913, but this doesn't catch up. But still, the ducky went at 1320, and then these other ones before that, they weren't as big. This one was from a million years ago, but since I started coming back 3, I made it this one pretty good. So you just see, you know, it's working on it. Shorter is better. That's what I'm seeing. The short ones get a shit ton of views, and the long ones don't. This one was 44 seconds. Look at those views. That's right. And do you know why it gets so many views? Because by the time you figured out it's the end, it's already started again. Or even better, you might not know where it ends. Because it loops. And then you hope someone's just retarded or they fall asleep in front of it and they just keep watching it. Yeah. Just think idiocracy. That's what I think. Like, I don't know how... Why'd I ever even try to do anything of quality when I can just do garbage, and apparently it knows better. I understand, but hear me out. Whatever works, buddy. Meanwhile, if we look over at old X here, the one for Wishlist Wednesday has 126 views so far, and 1 detail click there. 9 retweets, 8 likes. We're getting there. This one here for the previous one, which I should have used for Wishlist Wednesday, but I didn't. Got 3 link clicks. Not that great, but you know, 781 impressions. 12 likes. And the Ducky one, well, the Ducky one was the chosen one there with its 2,300 and, you know, 15 link clicks, and people do be liking the Duckies. But before these ones, I wasn't putting my link directly in there. I was putting it afterwards. Don't do that. Put your link right in here. You're stupid not to. It's just, nobody's going to click the ones after that. Like this one, you had 1,000 views, right? And 7 likes and everything like that. But then you go and look at the thing I had for it, explaining it in the link click, and nobody ever clicked the link. So 86 engagements on the post after. 1,000 views would have been much better. This one was 3 minutes long. This is really good for a 3-minute one. They don't usually do this well for 3 minutes. It usually does very bad. This one was only like a minute 24. It got 124. So you can see, that didn't work out well at all. I tried to get in on the game. This one did okay. But yeah, I'm playing the game, yo. Earning my wish list. So you know I'm working on the game itself, and I can earn wish lists. After all, I can release it as early access. If I got like 10,000 wish lists, I don't give a crap. I mean, it wasn't ideal, but hear me out. I'm okay with early access. I already did this one, okay. I have like 59 brushes. I actually added brushes. I'm a failure. I tried to get rid of them, but then I added them instead. Oh, am I just gonna keep this? I think I am. Ooh, but if I do that, I'm gonna have to redo all this. But hear me out. How much I care. This is so far in the future, I'm more than willing to redo it later if I have to. Because, yeah, oh, I need to get the, oh wait, is there a thing I need to get? No, this is the mid-tier one. This isn't even the bottom one, so... this is fine. Ten streams, wait, what?
What are we 10 streams in? Alright. Yeah. I'm off in La La Land, don't mind me. I'm just like, I'll do this. Oh, 10 stream streak. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. The little, like, social stream doesn't say. So I don't even know. I wish it would say. Meanwhile, this thing says it. It's like, hell yeah, buddy. Nice. It's to encourage people, I guess. I don't know. Twitch does basically everything dumb, and really, I don't even understand how they're still in business with how stupid everything they do is, but whatever. Like, say, ever since they started stopped counting lurkers, or they don't always count lurkers, my entire viewership has been like halved or something. Except for when ads run. Mysteriously, when ads run, they all appear again. It's like, okay. I think they just throw ideas at the wall and hope something sticks. That sounds about like Twitch to me. But they could do other things, but hear me out. They just hope. That's why those people are paid the big bucks, so they can do something. What they do, I don't know. Well, they can do something. Hey, Jans for game. How's it going? I will show you. Let me unload all this garbage that I'm not really doing right now because it's not very useful for testing. Let's turn the lights back off. A little mood lighting, if you will. Game's supposed to be played in the dark, but hear me out. Designing in the dark is not ideal. You might think it is, but hear me out. It kind of sucks. I'm just unloading all things. I have everything in data layers, so they get loaded dynamically. All right. Oh, thanks for the follow. Allow me to show you the tour, if you will. I'll turn the music off. Breaks up the monotony of converting all my geometry brushes into static meshes. It's necessary because I'm building the building, but hear me out. It's right. The game's called Poppet Quest, and you're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, where all the toys come to life at night because of a curse that slowly drives them all insane. Well, they're already insane. You're the new kid on the block, so not too much for you. The main mechanic of the game is you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain cursed power, which is basically what powers all your abilities and all the other toys for that matter too. If your sanity ever at 0, the curse takes you over and you lose, so don't let that happen. I'm gonna let our sanity run down so you can see the insanity effect. Good times. If you go back to the light, you gain your sanity back, but you gain no curse power, so you gotta bounce between the two in order to basically play the game. Once your sanity gets above 60%, it all goes away. All the effects. Oh, so yeah. Use tarot cards for abilities. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Good clean wholesome home for the entire family.
Oh, this is your double jump. Break things. Break stuff. Break everything. This is the magician. Basically telekinesis. You can pick up small objects and throw them for damage. But later on you gain the ability to summon cubes. They're temporary cubes. They last as long as the timer. You can use them to stack if you want. Get places. They're fun. She can also manipulate objects in the environment, such as drawers, windows, cupboards, light switches, doors if she has a key. You know, things like that. Helps enable a lot of platforming, if you will. It doesn't help if the dev is bad at his own game, but hear me out. The dev is bad at his own game. I just get my sanity back. There's a light right here, this giant portal thingy. They're so mean to me. Why are you biting me? You're so mean. So mean. He does it hundreds of times, and yet now he can't do it even once. Get my sanity back. The Empress is basically Bomberman. Plants mushrooms. The blue ones heal you, and then there's red ones that deal damage. We'll get to those in a sec. Bash our way through. Apparently it's still loading things. Fair enough. It's a steampunk game. See the city out here? You can't leave the building, but as long as you're on the building, you can look at the city if you want. If it makes you happy. I mean, it's a nice little city. That one jumped off. That window is also kind of off a bit. Whatever. See, it also dropped red ones. I think these things are having a problem firing their projectile for some reason today. I don't know why. There's literally an ad break running, isn't there? Damn. Good job, Twitch. Well, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick while the ad break's going. Be right back. Much better. I'm at about 18-month mark or so. Maybe 19. I don't know, somewhere in there. So, not long enough to make the game actually ever get done, but we're in there. By we, I mean, well, me. It's all never fair. I'm just saying. And I have the bajillion streams sitting on YouTube to prove it. Yeah, I do. The toy maze, I'm gonna slam this in their face because all of you suck. Ain't nobody like that. Is a Wheel of Fortune, it rolls dice. Black dice deal damage based on what they roll to things that are nearby, and white dice heal you. Wee. You don't have to be near those ones. Funny part is now all the enemies level up, but I have everything, all the tarot cards, and those give you levels whenever you get them. So I don't gain any levels. I just level 1 the whole time. I have a button to gain a level if I want. Dev privilege plus 1 level whenever I click the button. So good. Oh, it's ducky time. It's ducky time. This is ducky land. They're just duckies. They're just here to hit for whatever reason. They're amusing to hit. Don't question it. Some things are just random toys to screw with in this game. You just go, eh. Mess with it. It's like about 5 hours of content, but it's not 5 hours of perfect content. It's more like 3 hours of pretty good content that's pretty close to perfect, and then 2 hours of so anyway. I was just designing, honestly, I was actually just putting together the very, very, very early preliminary stuff for Chapter 3's floor layout. Like, it doesn't have much going on in it, and I gotta make the walls. Right now I'm going back and adding these Chapter 1. My computer's kind of a potato, so whenever I'm testing the game while running streaming and it and Unreal Engine, it's a little slow to load things. So a lot of people were killed and their souls are stuffed into toys, but one of them, her soul got stuffed in the paintings, and she lets you travel the painting world, which connects all the paintings. You have to unlock the paintings, but I have them unlocked right now just because. Why not, right? It's the painting world. It's just her dodge. Or I guess her dash. This is Tinka. She lives in the paintings. I'm still working on the painting world, but you know, she lives there. There's toys you can rescue and bring here too. They live in the painting world, but that's not as far along as it could be. This has the most convenient save point. She saves by jumping into toy boxes. Not a very good picture, huh? Takes a picture wherever she's at, but the camera's in front of her. Saving works and all that. Save over lots of stuff. Save, 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 save. Except for that one apparently didn't work. Why don't you work? Weird. Just did too fast. It is a little buggy. And loading's very similar looking. All the options are here. All that crap works. Got my collectibles. Don't have any information in here yet, but we're getting there. There's a map. Shows where we've been. Probably gonna remove the question marks. I need to put a like building underneath it and remove the squares as you open it up. And the tarot menu here just shows tarot cards and what level they unlock at, what they do. Hey, Blopsicle. I've been glorped. That sounds like a service you have to pay for in some countries. Bye. As long as she's cute. You load this weapon, buddy, pal, friend. Oh, I'm on the chariot, not the right weapon. I was like, it's not loading anything away. It's a new one I was working on. If you're strong enough, then it will stick the enemies to the weapon, like you'll impale them. And then you can bash other enemies with them. Good, clean, wholesome fun for the entire family. Sometimes it's a little finicky, but I also kind of just made it, so. But it's fast becoming one of my favorite abilities because it's so adorably weird. It's like, ha ha ha. These things are fun, they jump in the air. Blow themselves up. Also, flying, because why not flying? Should probably hang by a light for a second, though. You wouldn't have it at this point, but you know. It is too cool not to use. Remember, if she lands, she retracts the wings. No, cool clockwork wings. And they also flap when she double jumps. But that takes the fun out of the game at this point to have it. So far, Justice is a pistol. But it. The game has milestone-based leveling, essentially. Whenever you find a tarot card, you gain a level, and you're trying to find all the tarot cards in the deck, so there's 78 of them. You can kill enemies to your board. You get money for it, and, you know, random little healing thingies will appear, sure. Also, if the enemies continuously suicide themselves in the water like it's happening now, that will also do it, and I need to fix that bug, but that's a bug for the future. I'm a cheat and double jump there. I'm already using a weapon I'm not supposed to have. Why not just use things as well? Probably use Temperance since that's when you are supposed to get in this room. Temperance is a bubble wand. It bubbles enemies. Apparently its damage has not been modified for having the levels I just recently added in, so it does poor damage, but it does bubble things. They eventually break out. Also has a great hat. Oh. And the question is, are they even still here? Maybe they're just not very excited. Well, that's interesting. He's like, I'm just going to shove these through the wall. You don't mind? I guess not, buddy. Oh, Jan's freaking still there. I see. It's probably going to be something like early access around next October. That's my guess. You can wishlist it on Steam if you want. It's available. The wishlist is in the... the wishlist link is in the pinned comment. Originally, I was thinking of releasing it then, but... I might be a little delusional. I was just talking about the marketing I was doing earlier today. I have 105 wishlists now today. That's cool. I've only been hardcore at the wishlisting for like the last 10 days or something. Hardcore being kind of relative. I did a lot of dumb things to start for certain. Push the button. For later. Yeah, I did some dumb. Actually, I have a short up right now. I was just talking about how shorts get lots of views. I don't know about wish lists per se, but it gets lots of views. Yep. Things go good. Like, where is it? I will show you. So I gotta open my X thing again because I was streaming on, the stream I was doing on X here. Yeah, today's one has... we're up to 131 views today, 8 likes, 9 retweets, 1 comment. Someone commented? 2 comments. You lied to me, X. Just saying. This one had 763 from yesterday. 12 likes. This one had 2,300 views. The duckies. People love the duckies. Not so many on that one. Had 1,000 on this one. Working on it. Working on it. This only 125 there. I'm working to get a little better at it. 300 and some. So yeah, they're coming okay. Coming along, if you will. And then there was like on Twitch, and a link in the about section. Do I not have one? Really? Huh. You're right. Well, I better change that. Thank you for pointing this out. I'll edit right now. As soon as I remember where the hell on the back end it even is. There we go, found it. Links everywhere. Ah, yes. Poppet Quest link. Right here. Copy, pasta. That. Wish list. Okay, apparently you're only allowed 300 characters. That's awkward. Now the little bio section has no space. Guess I can put the wish list thingy. Do that. Now if we look, yeah, I have one here now. You only allowed 300 characters in this, by the way. Sad to point that out. Very sad. 0 out of 10. Why they gotta limit that? Don't they realize that after a certain period people aren't gonna read anyway? Does it even matter? I never understand anything that Twitch does. It's such a weird site. Oh well. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I did not think about it. To be 100% fair, I basically never look at about sections, but I'm sure someone does. I mean, you looked at it, so clearly someone looks at them. Are these over the water out here? Normally you'd have to figure this out, but I already know, so I'm just clicking the buttons in that order. Water's lethal to pop it, but you can get a tarot card to be immune to it later if you want. And if you want, I mean, it's required to beat the game, so. In case you want to go swimming. You can go outside here if you want. I don't think I hit anything out this place, but you know, in case you want to look around outside, you can. Whenever you like. Jump in here, so this way I respawn there if I fall in the water like an idiot. I think this is my de facto way of going now. Normally you'd find tarot cards in there. I guess to be fair, I would, oh, that's right. I guess I don't give myself all of these cards. So they're actually around the world. I only gave myself the main ones. Huh, that's right. My little thingy never accounted for those. Not to... I guess I don't really want to give myself... I can just push a level to gain a button if I want. I'll push a button to gain a level. There you go. Push a level to gain a button. There we go. Perfect. We'll do it that order. Everything makes sense if you don't think about it. Hear me out. There's like all sorts of secrets. I'm just skipping everything because, you know, no real need to show you everything when, I mean, you know, you'll probably play the game at some point, hopefully. Also, I kind of have a lot of things unlocked, so. By a lot of things, I mean every tarot card but the moon. No, not the moon, but the world. I have a special button to unlock the world. So anyway, the game runs absolutely flawlessly. I don't see any bugs whatsoever. Hear me out. Game runs flawlessly. Game is perfect. 10 out of 10. Could release tomorrow. Hell, could release today. Yeah. Aha! Stuck on it, baby turtle. Into the pool you go. That's where you get the Empress. I'm just running through the motions of getting the card. Normally it would be in there. The Empress has another ability. It can grow and shrink plants. I'm so bad about games. I'll bounce with the water because I have the tarot card that lets you go in the water. Because I'm a cheater. Goes mute. Just think how lucky you are because 900 people had to watch a short to see exactly what you're seeing right now of me growing these plants. That was the short I posted today. Literally 30 seconds of me just jumping and growing these plants. But you get to see it live. I don't understand shorts, man. But just the knowledge that those people don't get to see it live, you know? Thanks for Poppet? Let's see. Are you just talking about her movement? There's the game animation sample, and I'm just literally using Epic's animation collection because, I mean, there was 500 of them. It's great. It's wonderful. Except for the top half, where the top half is wielding other animations so that she can, you know, do weapons and things. Otherwise, those things there. The dress moves around because of cloth physics. Chaos physics, I should say. Same thing for her hair. If that's what you're asking. Things like jump physics, gravity, and all that, that Unreal just makes all that crap for you. You don't have to do anything special at all. Unreal does everything. Kind of does. I'll show you a random secret because I can. Get my sanity back because there's a light nearby. Open the window. I like the secret. I gotta stop things from just dying off out there. Or have rescuable 2D toys, the toys from the painting world, and they're designed to look like pictures. Like, they're literally just renders and everything, so they're supposed to be dorky. So hopefully you know that those are what you can rescue for the paintings. So it's something I just recently added in. Secret room. Oh yeah, balls to play with. Oh, that one's kind of caught under there. Woo. It's kind of hard to grab them out from underneath there. Aha! That one's mine, sucker. They kind of roll forever. It won't let you grab them again until they're done rolling. I need a working cash register. That'd be awesome. I want to jump on the buttons. I like making things interactable in this game. I can jump over here, right? A window here. I was gonna cheat and get up here. Apparently the method for rescuing these toys is just to grab them. The magician and run away with them. Kinda caught there a little weird, aren't you, buddy? I may or may not replace them with something else, I don't know. The mechanic is very half-baked at the moment. A little hard to rescue him kind of here. Threw him into there, hopefully it saved him. I didn't see the little notification that he was saved though, so that's interesting. Let's see if he was saved. Yeah. Saw that in the rewards. I added like 3 new systems in the last week to improve gameplay and things, and a lot of them were like core systems of the game. So there's a bunch of things that are kind of up in the air at the moment. Yep. Really, it's saving all of them though, but they show up here when you rescue them. The little 2D friends. I thought about just giving little paintings that you rescue and bring the painting back, which is kind of strange too. I don't know. Might not work out. There's definitely things in the painting world that are a little unfinished. But you can still travel everywhere with it, so at least it does that right. Anyway, I need a key from over here. Whee! Oh, it's entirely done with blueprints. It think I'd be this far along if I did it in C++ in that time frame? I'd have to add a couple years to my development if I was doing that. That stuff is glacially slow to code in. No thanks. I used to code JavaScript. No. I'm good. If I can never type out code again in my life, it'll be too soon. I'm just inspired by it. Mostly I'm inspired by the graphical style of it, the macabre nature of it, if you will. Not the actual gameplay of it, which is not really very close to my game at all, but... Oh, bouncy couch time. Alright, everyone, I'm taking a quick break here, you don't mind? Bouncy couch. Wing. Wing. It's the little things in life. Trust me. I will also grow a pumpkin. How's it going? Where am I? Welcome to the stream. I guess I'm gonna level myself up here to the level you're supposed to be for this fight. Or the level I assume you'll be. And I'll try to use only the weapons that are available. The Poppet dies when she hits this liquid, so don't hit that liquid. I have to give her an animation to disintegrating. I haven't got that yet, but hear me out. Someday. You stay away. He doesn't worry about it. He's too cool for me. Ew, that hurt. You have a lot of health there, buddy. He has different phases, but you gotta get him to those phases. Sure does a lot of damage. About 18 months ago. Suck, Patrick. Don't jump in the garbage. No. Got him in second phase. He's spitting the crap at me now. He now has like a couple of thousand health or something. You know, he went like from like 600 health to thousands. That I'm not 100% certain. I know the 3000 series runs it because I already get 60 to 70 FPS and I'm running it on a 3060 Ti. I also have a 6700 XT as my other graphics card. I only really need one to run it. I have a 1000 series I can test on, but haven't done a test for it yet. I'm gonna try to get it to run on that. That would be about what I would hope for. Anything less than that, and I'm just gonna tell people get a better computer if you have less than that. 1000 series should be pretty reasonable. Oh, and that's where this gets interesting now. Not that one. Uh-oh. The other one. Yeah, these open up, and then you gotta figure out the one is and get in there quickly. And I'll wait to show you what happens. Got a time a little better. But yeah, the problem is Megalites requires ray tracing, like either software or hardware, and I don't know that the 1000 series cards can really deal with that. And you play Donkey Kong with him essentially here. He starts rolling little balls down at you. Got a doctor unit. This one is so low, I forgot. He summons his little helpers. Okay, so many helpers. Dodge backwards so I don't eat it too hard. Take a bunch of damage. Opt to just take damage to beat through here. And him packing quickly. Jump out. Yay! Heal myself really quick. Took so long that he's already doing it again, huh? That one, huh? Sure. Yeah, I haven't really tested the 1000 series for how well, I guess the 1080 would be what I'm testing it on, to see how well it handles software ray tracing, because it doesn't do hardware ray tracing to my knowledge. If I can make the game work without Mega Knights, maybe, but I don't. Unreal Engine does not handle lights well normally without Mega Lights' help, so like Lumen is awful with lights. Thankfully I have Lumen disabled, so you know, none of that, but we just charged in there. He takes triple damage if you hit him during this time, so that's kind of nice. I probably gotta make it where he stays down here a little longer though, because he has so much health now. By the time I get down, he's already back into the next one. That one? Oh, it's easy to get to. Oh, I use all kinds of free stuff. Be stupid not to. Jesus. You know how expensive game dev is? Damn. I'm not going to integrate any particular thing related directly to one card or another. Why would I have my customer base? How much damage did he take there? Holy crap. Fair enough, anyway. Oh, that's right. There's glass here. You have to go around. I just did the bird thing where you cram your head into the wall, into a window. Oh, and having to buy some assets? Yeah, I bought some. I mean, Humble Bundle's your friend. Over the course of my whole game dev career, I spent less than $1,500, and that's mostly on a previous project. This project is super under budget because it doesn't have one. I guess that's not the under budget at that point. It doesn't have a budget. Watching chat get hit in the face. Deserved. That's where you get the Hierophant. The Heroist of Fants. I still gotta turn this into a staff. I don't like it as a weird back item now that the wings exist. I guess it's okay with the wings, because it doesn't really blockade the wings per se. That's true. No, I don't even know what it is, but typically speaking, I don't use plugins if I can avoid it. But the Hierophant makes objects that are possessed behave. So when I activate, they still act like platforms. Explain it, maybe. There's not really levels in this game per se. It's just an open world that you're running around, so there's no, like, I was thinking of splitting it into 4 chapters, if you will, but it takes like 3+ hours to get through chapter 1 if you get everything so far. Not that I'm going to play all the way through it, because, you know, you want to work on the game too. But I'm just giving you an idea of the game. And not a small tour, at least. So many bugs that need to be fixed. I keep adding systems in, so I fixed previous bugs, but now there's systems that are there that need to be fixed. But chapter 1 is, I think, 22 rooms, 21 rooms. These are friendly landmines. This is where you meet the ghost girl, Charlotte, who wanders around. You're just sitting there, huh? You just don't want to move anywhere? You're bored? Am I boring you? I don't know, maybe she's sulking. See, games have higher cards, could use deal list and 2 frames. You can use that in improve frame. Well, I mean, like, why don't I just optimize it so it's good for everyone? I mean, plugins usually have they're not free, you know, there's usually costs to them and like performance as well. Plus there's a bunch of dev time, and I mean, you have something that's designed for exactly NVIDIA stuff and not, you know, AMD stuff, so it's like, I don't really use proprietary stuff very often. Anyway, there's Charlotte. She's the de facto ruler of the place. She kind of wanders around and plays games with you. So, you know. I was kind of trying to lure her away, but then I got sidetracked. From a secret passage. Secret passage. Yeah. I've had a lot of problems with plugins in the past. Like, you really never want to use a plugin unless you have to, and I've had to remove them after adding them because they don't update them or whatever. They break a bunch of crap, and then there's a bunch of time to integrate them and learn how to use them, and nah. Well, the funny part is about the 3 hours per chapter is not even that accurate because the other chapters are bigger than this one. So this is the one that when, like, this is the tiny one. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of work. I was gonna aim for like about a 15-hour game potentially, probably 10 to 15 hours. Most Metroidvanias fall under that thing like that. If I can do more, great. And I'm totally all about, you know, adding DLC later if people like the game. Basically like Bloodstained did, where, you know, they just add a bunch of free DLC, because if people are buying my game, I'm more than happy to keep making stuff for it, but in the interest of getting the game out. Well, thanks. Yeah. You buy items by just simply talking to them like it's Zelda, or you supposedly do. I guess I didn't add interactive to these. Well, I guess you can just pick them up. Fair enough. I swapped these out with other things and didn't actually add the option to buy them. Yeah, you gain levels by finding these cards, and this is a shop where you're supposed to buy them. The shopkeeper is mysteriously absent because reasons. Yeah, this is Annie's my Amazon ripoff. Yes. They appear throughout the game, so you can buy things from them. I was going to show off how the stores worked, but I add that to the list of things that need to get done. I probably should be making a list of things I need to fix. Actually, you know what? That's true. Hear me out. I won't remember. I know how this goes. Stuff to fix. Cards can't be bought. Annie's on. Doesn't show up. Bugaboo doesn't show up. That was another bug. Creates and it's sometimes move, not always. What other bugs have we seen along here? I think there's one other one I don't remember, but whatever. In the interest of my memory sucks, okay? Yeah, what I'm doing is going back through chapter 1 right now and adding to all the stuff and just making it way better. So you'll see it as I get past the areas that I've done that to, you'll start to see them be a lot more sparse. Because I realized I could add a bunch of stuff. I guess the playroom's not very sparse at all.
You're going the wrong way. The dynamo stole my You're going the right way.
But the plan is to have like 3 different abilities per major arcana, so that would be 66 abilities in the game. We'll see how it pans out. Because some of you kind of late, so I'm not sure how many abilities I'm really going to have. But I also added a system where I could have even more abilities, so... No, I really had burn. I've had health problems all the time, but I enjoy doing this. This is what I do for fun. Like, I came from the RPG Maker world, and I was like a hobbyist, and I just really like doing it. Now, are there some things that I don't want to do? Oh, most certainly. Like, a sound work sucks. Like, having to sit there and listen to sounds, this gives me a headache. But, I don't get burned out. I just work on it all the time. I just like it. It's what I do for fun. I might be an odd duck in that regard. This is an optional room in here. You don't actually have to come here if you don't want to. It's a solo project.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
Oh, who greeted me? Who greeted me? Oh my god. Oh, hey, Rabbiteer, how's it going? Sup? Content DLS and frame generation, frame engine are both free. I don't know, not a cost to like dollar cost, cost in like time and you know, resources when the plugin runs. Like, you know, it might grant some frames to some things, but you know, like the AMD people might suffer because I added that, and I don't really care if the high-end people can get a few extra frames, to be fair. You got a job? Nice, nice. What sort of a job, if you want to tell me? I mean, you don't gotta say anything. Yeah, I swapped back to nights because, well, quite simply, I don't have any particular... I don't have much of an audience during the day. At night's a little better. Oh, a real job. Oh, okay. Well, you're making us all look bad doing our solo dev work when you're doing the only smart thing. See how it is. Why you got to do the smart thing unlike the rest of us? Nah, it's awesome, man. What you doing? Hello. Oh. Can you say anything about the game, or is it still under wraps? Oh my god. Really? Did you see that? Shot me even after it was dead. Damn. I mean, you don't gotta say anything. I mean, if you can't. I mean, don't lose a job off my account, okay? Like, that's weird. Games going through a rework. In my mind, all games go through reworks until they're out the door. Oh, that's fair. These are portable light cubes for the people who don't know. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me change something real fast. I could be on the other side. Then you can see the little, like, switcher thing, which I guess was kind of invisible for a while. Yeah, this is the quick switcher down there in the corner, in case you want to swap between things. I haven't used some of the cards because they don't do a lot in this particular area, such as the High Priestess reveals secret things in the world, and when you activate it. She also wears an eyeball on her head. It's a lot of fun. That's currently all it does, so there's nothing hidden in these areas. Like, it's later on you get it. But also it's just eyeballs everywhere. Lots of fun. But again, pretty worthless. The Emperor protects you from the water currently. The levers charms things. Not necessary right here. So far, I've set a stay, maybe a time frame. Say I was looking at October of, well, I guess 2026. By this point, it might just be an early access at that point. Like, I'm going to try to do something at that point. Why are you appearing? Huh. So that's what I'm thinking. It's not listed on the actual
page itself on the Steam page, but that's probably it. Yeah, thanks. Great work so far. Nice. Let's see. Let me make a note of this bug here. Might as well do something useful here. Just a blank white card. But that's kind of the plan. I'm gonna use strength against these things because strength is fun. That's a pretty good looking game from what you see on PC. Nice, nice. Well, given that you're an artist there, I'm assuming you're gonna make it look even better, right? Right? Yeah. Well, I've only seen It Takes Two, so I can't really say anything about Split Fiction. It Takes Two had a neat idea. I really like the tiny, world like that. Obviously, it's very cinematic and not something I could make because, well, hundreds of people, millions of dollars, or one guy and, a 12-pack. Like, one of these two things, not so even, right?
They're all going to abandon just like the others. Emily! Why are you talking to me? Stew and rum doesn't like the wrong way. You're going the wrong way. Emily!
I need more insanity messages. Sometimes they get repetitive.
Stew and rum doesn't like me.
My sanity back. She's not wandering around as much. That's interesting. You should. Mobile games, not sure how much activation will hack it. Oh, some of those things are kind of beastly these days. If you know what I'm saying. Team diving down already. Oh, nice. Check out my newest weapon. I gotta find something to hit with it. Come on, go on. Where are you at? Where you at? That's a pot. That's not gonna help me. I'm gonna jump on this piano. I need to make the keys bigger, so the white keys, so then I can have a puzzle with this. I made the black keys bigger, but not the white ones, so. Spawn enemies, damn it. There's one. Haha! It impales enemies and you beat other enemies with them. Yes! Yes! Too much fun. You! Get bashed by this enemy. I guess the destroyables don't actually kill the enemy off. Eventually they break. This is the most exciting enemy. Our most exciting weapon at the moment. Until the next one gets made. Then it'll be the next exciting. It's got a little military hat. I can almost give her like a little knight helmet because it's like a little candy thing. You just kind of sit there, huh? It doesn't destroy you? Should probably write that down too. Hear me out. Should probably write that down. Switching off strength. Destroyed. Also add equipment section. Things I should do. Even though the chariot is like for chapter 3 and I don't even need it. You're just gonna sit there, huh? Aren't you just the ugly one? Why is your face all weird? You shouldn't have a face that's that weird. It looks like you're... I have so many questions.
How many bugaboos have the wrong face texture? Looks like they have Poppet's face texture or something, but not strip, but dragged over the wrong body. You can achieve motion capture suit and hire low college students. It's the cheapest way to get cinematic scenes in the game. That's an interesting idea. You know, if I had this thing called a budget, and by I mean like anything, like at all, like maybe if I can actually score a budget, which I'm gonna try for an Epic Mega Grant. I was gonna try for it earlier, but the game just really wasn't at a point where I thought it would get it. I also didn't have a lot of the paperwork and everything necessary, like all the stuff they wanted. Kind of have it now, though. But it's an interesting idea for certain. Use an AI to build animation. Yeah, I'm not gonna waste my time learning a whole other thing. Cutscenes don't make a game, and honestly, I'd argue they're basically not very important. Like maybe if you're a AAA game, but to be fair, AAA games are doing terrible. Most time it just looks kind of like junk, so it's like, eh. I had an idea for doing the AI thing where I see them do it with, there's actually a pipe maze up above I could go into if I wanted. But they do it for creepypastas. What they do is they take a singular scene and then they have it create a scene off of it. So what I was thinking of doing was making a whole bunch of individual scenes of what I want it to be, that, you know, like placing all the characters where they're supposed to be, and then telling the AI to make, you know, an animation out of it doing this, and then just stitch them together, right? Every time there's like a sequence change, it would just do that. I don't know how well it would work, but at the same time, it might work better than some of the other options I have. But I have no budget whatsoever, so buying a mocap suit, like what? That's adorable. My mocap suit is my phone. Like if the phone can mocap it for me. I already have a phone. I can afford the, like, you know, $10 to $20 necessary to have Speechify do AI voicing for the game, because I can't afford the $10,000 it would require for real voice actors. When I priced it out on Fiverr, it's about 10K. Don't have 10K. Don't have 1K. When I first started, I did, but then I had all the health problems, and the American medical industry has the game's budget now. I hadn't really set everything as the game's budget. It just happened to be that they kind of have my money now. So, but to be fair, $10 to $20 is the price of a burger, fries, and a drink in California. So, not that. No, this is the playroom. I'll probably play up to this point, then I'll probably end it after the playroom, well, the first portion of the playroom anyway. Yeah, this is where you have to face Charlotte in combat, if you will. Not really combat so much as you just kind of run away a lot. Hitting the buttons opens doors. For good or ill. She plays by rules here, and that she can't go through things. Because she's decided that, not because she can't go through things. She most certainly can go right through the walls. She is very much a ghost. But it's not fun if you cheated the game. So this time she's not cheating. Because she's not really ever cheating at any point. These little safe zones, they protect you. Not if you leave them. She kind of has a hard time getting through these doors, though. I noticed that. Like, she's kind of stuck at that door. Yeah, we'll see. Cutscenes are like the last thing. Like, I ain't gonna worry too much about it. Like, I'll have a little intro thingy, and we'll put the dialogue in for the early testing and everything, and then cutscenes will come about later if they come about. Oh, I got too close. Damn. She can kill you within range. I need to fix that. She can kill you a little too far away, I think.
It's okay. I blocked that one with my face.
The dev cheats. Ha ha. Kind of dangerous to do it this way, but the switch ball was in the air. And then we have fell through walls. I'm not sure I'm going to stop that, to be 100% honest. She can push against the wall and like, but she needs to be able to crawl through things, so. Thankfully, this is outside of the actual first playtest build in my handout anyway. The first playtest build was only up to Patrick. This is much farther. I don't know if I got that button over there or not. I guess I'll go double check. I was over here. Nope. The buttons also count as lights, so if you want to sit at a button, you're okay. You can do that. Hello. This button always seems super dangerous. I gotta reduce the number of times Poppet can dodge. It's too often. Because now she can get increased stats, so it makes it where she has way like more curse power. It used to be just be a fixed amount, but now it needs to be a percentage. Let's not go that way. That way looks dangerous. I do need what's behind there. Yeah, I need to probably reduce this. She probably needs to like only be able to dodge maybe 5 times. Do I do 20% cost? Oh wait, the key's right here. 10 times seems like a lot. She doesn't have a block. You can jump. You'd be surprised how often jumping just dodges something in its own right. She's also really quick too. That does help. Put the light off, get my curse back a bit. Not really, I don't care. Yeah, right now she can just kind of run with it forever. I made it go much less distance, but reduced the cost a bunch. And now it seems a bit much. If you flip the lights off, you can actually refill your curse and, you know, the cost of your sanity. But you need to turn the light back on. So it's basically a full heal. I know we want it to be a full heal. I want the player to have to be, you know, decide how patient they really are. You don't gotta be patient. But hear me out. How patient are you? Oh, well, maybe not that way. What are you saying? I gotta get my curse back while I look over there. If you look at the issue, that's just loading. Hopefully loading this issue and you can move. We're gonna solve in blueprint, must be solving something. Well, the way I do the loading things like this and everything like that, you know, is I've been putting everything into data layers, and I need to set up so that they only load what's visible and everything like that, and I also have H loads. And then I just use, you know, soft references to like everything in the world. I don't know. Maybe 8 or 9 gigs, I think. Not super relevant at this point because, you know, the game is like the build I'm going to send out for people to test won't include all the stuff that's being currently packaged. It'll only include what's in the test.
but it's definitely not like huge or anything. The project files themselves are about 130 gigs, but that's because I have a bunch of things that aren't used in the game in those. Yeah, as far as C++ goes, there's literally no reason to use C++. This, my advice to you is don't if you're a solo dev, because your game will never get done. Real slow. Like I say, this game gets 60 to 70 FPS when I'm not streaming, and it's packaged because, you know, Unreal Engine is heavy, and so is streaming, and my computer's a potato. Like, it's not that big of a potato, but it's a big enough potato for this to be a problem. It's also pretty unoptimized at the moment because I have a bunch of brushes on the level that need to be dealt with. That's what I was doing when I stopped for the tour. I wouldn't call those heavy assets. Having like 5 hours of content and 9 gigs or less is pretty good. And this is where the second half of the playroom will go, and I'll just end the tour here because, you know, I do got to work on the game, but you get an idea of what the game is like. When I'm streaming, I'm happy if I can get 30 FPS because my, you know, computer is, like, say, a potato. But it's a passable game. At least I think it's a passable game. Hopefully it's a passable game. Am I doing it by time if it's not? I'd be so sad. Hey, getting 2 wish lists. Hell yeah. 2 our wish list, thanks. I have to look and see what the packaging is. Well, thank you. Do I still have a package build? I can give you a better idea. Like I say, it's not very accurate because it's not going to include all the stuff that's well, one, it's an older build. It's like a month ago. And 2, the package build's not going to include everything that's the one I hand out, it's not going to include all this, but it's currently 8.77. The package build will include everything up to Patrick for, you know, the first test. So when I do a closed test on Steam, that'll be what'll happen. And then the next boss, I was actually only about 3 rooms away from the boss of the chapter. I did skip a lot of things, including an optional room for that matter too. I did 2 of the optional rooms, so I didn't give it all. Yeah. So far, the game is coming along, if you will. At least passively so. Hopefully the advertising gets, I've been advertising it a lot lately. Well, over the last 2 weeks. I'm up to 107 wish lists already. So, doing good, but I figure, and they say Steam starts really paying attention when you get to around 8,000, so I got my work cut out for me. Gotta work on my virality, if you will. On X, basically. And YouTube. Can't really go viral on Twitch. It doesn't really work like that, but I don't know, my short today is currently at 1,200 views, so it's not bad, it's doing okay. Yesterday's one was 1,300, so it's like 30 seconds of me growing plants in the game. I don't understand. But yeah, anyway, I'm basically going to have pull people from my Discord for purposes of the testing. So if anyone's interested in testing, join the Discord, and when I do tests, you know, that's where I'll get it. Oh yeah. The main mechanic of the game is I guess she showed up later. I'll quickly explain the main mechanic of the game so it makes sense, because you basically have unlimited magic in the game. Well, the curse stat, but there's a price. Right, so when you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, because basically you're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul is stuffed in this toy, like this doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store where all the toys come to life, and because of a curse that drives them all insane. So as your sanity ticks down in the darkness, I'll let the insane effect happen. It happens at around 60%. If your sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes you over and you lose, so don't do that. But if you go back to the light, you gain sanity back, you just don't gain curse power, so you gotta bounce between the two. So effectively, you have unlimited power as long as you're willing to bounce between the two. This is just the effect of her gaining sanity back. Or the effect of her gaining curse back. Yeah, that's the main mechanic of the game. Yeah, short social media, definitely. Like, I mean, I stream, and streaming has got me, you know, some amount of wish list too, but man, I mean, I'm not like a super popular streamer or anything like that. It's just I was working on the game anyway, and I get to talk to people, and that's awesome, but definitely not going to get enough wish lists off just streaming. I am not that, yeah. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's, gone through a lot of, workshopping over the course of the stream. And ways to make it so you can see that you're going insane without actually making the gameplay too bad. The current argument is, do I make the words appear over her or just in the distance? Right now I'm trying over her, and sometimes it's a little annoying to the point of maybe too annoying. But I don't know. It needs to be somewhat annoying. Also, you can read the words, which is helpful, because you can't really read the words if it's just off in the distance necessarily. I fixed this idea earlier. I was reworking the music room, and then I decided to do brushes instead, because one of the things that's hurting performance really bad right now is all these brushes in the world. And there's 55 of them, the geometry brushes. And so they need to be turned into static meshes, which should gain you a good 10 plus FPS in its own right. Early on, I don't think you feel that threatened. Like, you'll go back, but I mean, like, it can be a real problem. Like, I'm really used to playing it, so it's hard for me to truly judge. But you can't stop in this game. Like, if you stop, then, well, one, the encounters just continuously attack you in most rooms. Not every room, but almost every room, just they perpetually attack you. So there's not a lot of break. And if you're, you know, if you're in the darkness, then you have a very limited time frame before you need to get back to the light. And the time frame is like, I did some calculations on what it was at one point. Where's it at? Where's my to-do list at? To-do list right here. I think it's something along the lines of like 22 seconds or something you have in the darkness before your SOL and need to get back to the light quickly. So I was calculating what you were at level 18 versus the boss, and over the course of the game it gets worse. So let's see, at level 1 you currently have 102 sanity, and it's every 0.2 seconds that it happens, so you have 20.4 seconds in the darkness before you will die. If you gain no levels. Oh, that safe area keeps you safe from Charlotte.
If you turn the light on in there, then you can stand there indefinitely because you're safe from Charlotte. Oh, there's an ad break running. Well, whenever the ad break's over. I'll keep talking. I should probably respond back to more thingies. I keep farming while I wait. Oh, okay, you're on YouTube. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize you were on YouTube. I streamed a YouTube Kick and Twitch all at the same time, so it's kind of I mix up. I just have a combined chat for all of them because I don't really care. Twitch wants to ban me for combined chat. They can do so. I don't care. It doesn't make a difference to me. Cause hear me out. There's not many people on Twitch. Aha, alright. What was I even talking about? I've already forgotten. Yeah. But now streaming on YouTube is not particularly successful either. Like sometimes it is, but the algorithm just doesn't seem to care as much for me streaming. At one point I was getting like almost 100 people watching. It was weird. It only lasted for like a week. And YouTube was like, nah. So, yeah. Twitch, I currently have 5. I think I average about 5 or 6 anyway on that one. YouTube, it's like 5. Kick, it's like 2. But I was working on the game anyway, so, right? When in doubt, if you're already working on the game, you might as well stream it. I guess get a little scratch for it, but like I said, I don't get paid by YouTube, so. I am currently, let's see here. I currently have 538 subs. I am definitely off of getting paid by ads. Sadly. Someday, though. Someday I'll get to the 1,000. More likely through shorts than streaming. Though shorts give a lot more watch hours. Oh, no, streaming gives a lot more watch hours. Shorts don't even give watch hours. They have watch minutes. Oh yeah, if you're streaming to just Twitch at this point, you're asking for it. I mean, it's been downtrending so hard. They lost 24% of their overall site traffic in the last year alone. It's wild. It was like 20-something% the year before too. So I mean, they're just, there's a lot of competition out there, and they're not doing a lot of smart things. So you know, you do the math on it, one thing leads to another. You guys looking at it? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I don't really know what gets me seen in other things, per se. I mean, streaming on YouTube has always been kind of weird. Like, if you're not already popular, it's hard to be seen when you're streaming. But it also costs me nothing extra to stream to YouTube. Same thing with Kick. It's like, it's just free. I can stream to TikTok as well, but game dev doesn't really fit very well in the, you know, vertical stream thing. I tried vertical streams on YouTube, and they didn't really get any other traffic either. One dev was just like, they're so great, you should do them. I tested it. I was like, this gets no views either. Meanwhile, a 30-second clip of me growing mushrooms gets like 1,300 views. Growing mushrooms in the game. I'm not going to grow mushrooms in real life. That involves going outside or something, I guess, or bird or something. It's gross. Why would you do that?
I was converting these over into static mesh just because they're so heavy. So I had to do this. This will do a huge performance increase. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I should look into how to be a better streamer, I guess. Doesn't help that I tend to have health problems, so I'm not always the most consistent streamer in the world either. Like, I could be more consistent, I'm sure. Half these walls aren't even here. Weird. I probably put the Toy City thingy on, because some of them are stuck in there. Oh yeah. Profiler's nearly worthless. Every time you have issues, it's always, and I mean always, your graphics. It's always your graphics. You can pretend otherwise, but it's always your graphics. Unless you're just the worst coder in the world or something, then maybe it's your other thing, but... just don't cast this stuff. Seriously, why would you do that? Soft references, they're great. And interfaces, seriously. They're wonderful. And don't use a vent tick. What the hell? What the hell do you need a vent tick for? Yeah, well, appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's been going on for like 5 years. A while. They don't know what's causing my problems. They have gotten better over time. I've been doing game dev for 6 years, but for 2.5 of them I couldn't do anything, so I didn't actually do game dev for those. I've really only been doing game dev for about 3.5 years. This game would have been finished by now if it if I hadn't had health problems. That is true. I think this is good enough. What's a little pain and suffering for art, right? That's what I heard. It does lead to me sometimes being not the nicest person, mostly whenever I'm in more pain than others. Like, that is true. I don't even know what these rooms are called. I haven't even named them yet. Whatever. I'm just going to name them something because I need to get rid of these brushes. That has kind of slowed the game down a lot. Like January, I had to take a month off too. It was not great from game dev. The amount of time I worked on this game is even harder to judge because there's points where I just had to take like a bunch of time off. Let's call this wall 1. I'm almost certainly not going to keep this wall, but hear me out. I also don't want a bunch of geometry brushes because they are heavy. Really, really heavy. Just 52 to go. I was actually building a room out, and that's what a lot of these ones are, but I don't know if I want to really convert these over yet until I'm ready to go with them. Because the second chapter is actually pretty well laid out already and now requires more things to fill the rooms up. Though this room was laid out and now is not.
I put all the maps together. Because originally this was like 4 different maps, so I split every chapter, but then using data layers, I was able to put them all on the same map. Then I discovered that this room and this room were not as connected as you could see. This one was actually much higher. So I've had to redesign this room, and now I was adding another way down to the 3rd floor over here, and that's requiring me to adjust things. I've already done a lot of adjusting, but... And this one's going to replace with this texture for this thing here. Yeah, I'm going to have the little pipe maze up here and everything. It's going to be interesting. And these are going to get... Either I'm going to put some sort of, like, bar thing up here, like I need to hold them, or I'm going to just get rid of them. I haven't decided yet. I might just move them back onto this. So it looks like this kind of is a little better. I could probably turn these into things. I think I'm going to leave this about as it is now. It looks pretty accurate to what I want. Kinda. Except that. But yeah, most of the game has been built with geometry brushes, and I love them. They're great, you know. You make all kinds of things for it. But man, every single one makes each other one slower. Like for every one you have in low, because they have to calculate against each other, so... After you have like 55 of these dumb things, it really adds up. Got all the surfaces on this. But they're cool, because then you can have perfect meshes on them, and you can put holes and things like that by just putting positive and negative ones together. It's one of the reasons I even picked this engine. And you just go... Boop. I'm just putting all these ones in here. I could put them specifically in the rooms, I guess. It's, I can type hidden grotto. Stairway wall 1. We're just gonna go ahead and paste that. How would you really worked with UE too much to be able to help you with the issues? Working on solutions, pretty impressed. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I've gotten pretty knowledgeable at this point, and I'm not usually too worried about it, you know. I'm just happy here to chat. And pretty much it. Just happy here to chat. I tend to write down any ideas people offer. I mean, like, you know, if they're, I don't always do them, and some of the ideas are a little weird. You'd be surprised some of the things actually influence how the game ends up. Oh. Why am I setting complex on this? What am I, dumb? This is a freaking singular square thing. Yeah, just go ahead and add a box collision. Boop, done. And now I can just delete this one here and then use this one instead. And this will make it so that I don't have to do another one. Honestly, I might make it where this is just wider and kind of blockades both sides so it looks a little nicer. It's probably fair. And now, see, they have these positive and negative brushes, right? And so I have a negative brush here. And by moving this negative brush around, it will take that portion out of there so I can use it to create the building, essentially. I've made the whole building out of it. I made these pipes out of it too. I made basically the pipe pieces, and then I use splines in order to shape the pipes so that they can go places. So I can just go add spline points, start bending in places. They go, and suddenly they do things. Those two are at the same height. That needs to be fixed. And that's how I've made pipes. Both through the geometry brushes to make the initial pieces, and then I'm just moving them around. These two share a similar height. They don't have to. Yeah, when it was on one, I copy pasted it essentially, so. It only happens if they have an identical coordinate. So if you don't have an identical coordinate, it's irrelevant. This thing sticks out the top. I have to put something at the top of it because it's part of this staircase. And it is what it is, yo. Because I want this thing to be low enough so the pipes can get up onto it. So that's where we're at with it. But yeah, then you take multiple of these brushes and you can just combine them together into static meshes. And that is how this entire building has been made. And every single thing in it. Not those buildings out there. Those obviously were not made by this. But it lets you create a lot of custom thingies, and it's really dumb simple to use, which makes a big difference because, you know, the last thing I need is something really complicated to learn. You're right, because, you know, there's already so many things to learn and so many things to do. As a solo dev, time is not on my side. I mean, time's not really on anyone's side, but I got yet another wish list. Hell yeah, Wishlist Wednesdays got me through wish list today. They might all been from the stream, though. The stream has actually been the most successful wish list machine so far. That's accurate. Hopefully that's not the case in the future and that, you know, get more wish lists other ways, but, you know. Well, actually, that's incorrect. Hopefully I just become the most popular streamer in the known world. I don't know how that happens, but sure. And that gets me enough wish lists for my game all by itself. Oh yeah, there's so many good things in here. It's crazy. Like, I could never have made this game in any other engine. It's really that simple. It provides too many things that have helped me that I just would not have been able to do myself. Just the Poppet's movement alone was something they designed. They're like, here's 500 movement animations, here's a movement system for it, it's all ready to go. I'm like, oh. Oh, by the way, it includes parkour. Oh, why thank you. So this whole her running around on that like movement that she does, like that's them. They did that for me. So if it had been any other engine, she'd have been moving all stiffly and weird because I'd only have like so many limited directions. But with 500 movement animations, she's just goes nuts. And that's just one random thing. But they just, like, here you go. This 3D text that appears in the world, I can just make text anywhere. And I use it for signs and everything. Like on the doors, there's signs, the text in the world, the sign on the building. I mean, like, I just exist. Like, I just get to spawn that out of thin air. Pretty cool. So between 3D text, splines, and the geometry brushes, that's like, I don't know, 50% of the assets in my game, practically. I mean, these like things here are just splines too that I just bent where I needed to go. I guess I have one right here that's being bent as I go. In case you want to bend things around, you just do it. And they just move places. If you want to. In case I want this to be farther out for some reason. Don't know if I do, but maybe. Probably not. It's a little weird. But sometimes having a non-standard, you know, thing is also pretty solid. That reminds me, this can actually be, go back to a number 1 here. Just so much is done for you. It's like, that's why the joke in this engine is that, you know, people go, it's always a checkbox that you didn't, you know, find. And they're right. It always is a checkbox. And that's because they programmed everything for you. Really that simple. They just programmed everything for you. And people on user intervention, all go screw aside the worst thing. Yeah, well, I'm gonna let them a little secret. You know, if you program badly, you do bad things, then it's gonna be bad no matter which engine you use. I came from RPG Maker. Let me tell you about bad programming. People used to criticize Unity for all the slop they release too. It's just, you know, there's gonna be bad devs no matter what. You get used to it. I also don't pay attention to complainers because most of them are just doing it, you know, for clicks anyway and really have no value, so I don't care. It's like, are you buying my game? No, then I don't give a crap what you say. Let me know when you're buying my game. Why is this at an 11%? That's weird. Is this wallet a higher percentage? Is that a thing? No. I set it at 11% because it's just connects weird, huh? I don't like where this pipe hits there. It's awkward. So that's probably better right there. The hell? I'm listening to all these these music tracks I have from Humble Bundle and see which ones might be good for the game. That interactive kind of irritate you? I don't know who that is. Are they important? Are they someone? Important questions must be asked. I think I'm just gonna grab one of these things. This one's actually completed, so I can't do that. Let's go find a rail, huh? Fine, fine, fine. You win. I'll grab a rail. I need this. Oop. I admit I don't spend a lot of time worrying about lots of drama things and everything because I'm so busy all the time. So it's not like I have time to really worry about anything, but if I did... Oh wait, I just never have time. Doesn't really matter. We're just gonna drag this all the way over here, like so, and then we're gonna go... Boop. Boop. It can be coded so that it does this for you, but I didn't, so there's my explanation. And now I have this. Oh, he just wants clicks. Okay, well. Maybe I caught one. I don't know, there's always these people who are like, you know, it's the same kind of person. But look at this thing, or you can totally see this artifacting if you like zoom it in like 5 billion%. Yeah, well, you can't while you're playing the game unless you know, use video editing things to do that. So who gives a crap? But blah, 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 blah. Right. Okay, well, you're criticizing a game that made millions upon millions of dollars. I don't think they give a crap. But thank you for your generous contribution to We Don't Give a Craps. Oh, okay, well... That's the thing that right now controversy is rewarded. Like YouTube rewards slop. Like the more slop you like, you know, feed the piggies, the happier YouTube is with you. And I've been testing that myself, where I just get like 30 seconds of garbage and put it out there, and then the piggies go, "Oh my god!" And that's just it. And like the shorts are starting to do better and better and better because I keep feeding them slop. That's what YouTube wants. I mean, the platform is nearly unwatchable most of the time in my mind, but you know, good for them, I guess. Sure. I think I'm gonna just replace this with there. The last time was just like, cool, great, nice, buddy, pal, friend. Boop. This one's a little longer than that one, huh? A little better. I was gonna put this out here, but I'm gonna make this a leaf one thingy. But first I gotta convert this over the rest of the way anyway. Seems reasonable to me. I don't care about anything up there. Again, America is rough, but I hope this game will be a huge success. Appreciate that. For sure. Gotta go. Hope to catch you soon in the future. Oh, thanks for hanging out and chat with me, am I? It's been a pleasure. I'm here a lot of nights, around this time. For me, it's nighttime, but for everyone else, pretty much at least 5 days out of the week. Usually like, what, Tuesday through Saturday, but maybe I might do Sundays as well. I don't know. Gotta complete the game, right? Means I gotta work on it. Might as well talk to people. That's my theory. Game dev is a lonely hobby otherwise. Lonely, lonely, lonely. Did I move things? I should be turning the navigation off. I don't know what the hell's wrong with me. I don't know if I've left that in there. So dumb. Anyway, let's get all the adjacents to make certain that here. Just gotta get myself to 200 wish list ASAP. Yeah. Did we get them all selected? It takes a second because this map has so many of them and it's an old map. The more crap you have on your maps, the longer these things take to deal with. But we create a static mesh. This takes a while because I'm actually just designing rooms as I go. This is for chapter 2 though, so it's kind of... Oh, do I still have that as a thing? I do! I copy-pasted this ages ago. I almost forgot. Basically, he said to boycotting games made no religions and religion would be forced to improve it. Good for him. That means people have to boycott like every game. You can't fix stupid, is what I heard. But people, you know, they gravitate towards controversy, right? So that's what gets you clicks. That simple. You want clicks? Controversy. I could pretend otherwise, but there I am posting, you know, shorts of pure slop to people because I know that'll get clicks. Not controversy. I don't really get controversy per se, but wait a second. Are you the same size? Hear me out. Hear me out. Are you the same size? Because if it is the same size, then why in the world don't I just recycle? It's not quite the same size. It's close. That was the same size, basically. Unless I'm going to make it way wider, but I don't think I'm going to, because... Yeah, I'm not going to. Damn, that was open. Well, that's the only one I want to keep. Geo brushes are so slow, but look at this. Look how fast these move. These aren't geo brushes. And I can just, you know, well, first off, I'll move the trip and crap here. You guys say he's making some game engine, performance better engine. Of course they say that. I just say, please do. That's it. And just go, yeah, you do that, buddy. I've been around the game dev community long enough to know that people blow a lot of smoke out their asses, and the only thing I respect is proof. Do it. Show me. He won't. They never do. I hope he proves me wrong, though. Please prove me wrong. Because I only win if I get proven wrong here. Because I get an engine I get to use that's better than Unreal Engine, right? I'm sure he can do much better than the, you know, disgustingly rich company, you know, that has like $1 bajillion and hundreds of devs working on the engine perpetually. I'm sure he'll do great. Right? That's like the, you know, earlier one guy making an MMO. Because it's really easy to make an engine. Totally. It's so easy that, you know, Epic could have been sitting there and
creating sweatshops of each person in this thing, the 300 people, each one making their own better than Unreal Engine, right? I mean, because if one random yahoo on YouTube can do it, clearly Epic's been doing it wrong, right? And, you know, maybe I'll call up Fiverr and be like, hey, Fiverr, I need an engine better than Unreal Engine. You got this, right? Videos for people who don't understand anything about anything. Like the time it would take to actually produce such a thing. Adorable. I like how everyone likes to use the Batman Arkham games as their, this is so much better than blah 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 blah. You know what? They are very nice. 100%. And if I had hundreds of millions of dollars, 5 or 6 years, and, you know, hundreds of devs, I too could have a game that looked like Batman. Now, is that better than a lot of the AAA slot they have now? Yes. Is that Unreal Engine's fault? No. It turns out most of the people here are more concerned with DEI hires and not with hires by merit, so most of the people are just underqualified at these AAA companies, which is why they produce crap. Who knew hiring people who weren't necessarily good at their jobs was a bad call? They fulfill a checkbox. Great. Can they make a game? No. Then I don't care. But they fulfill a checkbox. Yeah, that's wonderful, buddy. Let me know when you got a game. No? Damn. That's unfortunate. Meanwhile, the indie dev's like, well, 2 of us in a back room have decided to spend the next 7 years of our lives making this game about some dude with a weird white thing on his head or something fighting bug monsters. I'm talking about Hollow Knight, by the way, if you didn't catch that. And then we're going to spend like 7 more years making like the female version of it. And no shade on Hollow Knight, you know, I mean, it's obviously a great game. You need only look at the reviews and the disgusting amount of money it's made to go, it's a great game. It's not my favorite game in the world, but listen, I also don't like every game in the world, and that's perfectly fine. You don't have to like every game, even the good ones. It's actually just the style of the world never pulled me in. That was really the thing that kind of, like, I don't know, like, gameplay was okay, but something about the world just didn't grip me with that curiosity. Made me wanted to explore it, and I need that in a Metroidvania game, because Metroidvania is about exploration and, you know, exploration and backtracking, and that wasn't the drive. I gave it like 3 hours. It was part of a humble bundle. Meanwhile, they had one where you played as a phobia that had graphics like Cuphead, and I 100%ed that shit so hard. Oh my god. Well, yeah, at some point, those big companies have to deal with investors, and investors, you know, they want their money back, and, you know, you have a time limit, or like a time frame, and if things get delayed, you can kind of buy a little time, but at some point, they got to kick it out the door. Just like with this game, like, in my perfect world, I would make the greatest game ever. But hear me out. I don't have unlimited money and I don't have unlimited time. So I feel for them in that regard. You know, it's like, well, there's only so much time, and yeah, about that. So I feel for them. I mean, sometimes it's not always up to you. But I told they fixed it. I mean, I don't know. I didn't play Cyberpunk because I'm a game dev and I also have a job, so it's not like I have time. Like, I probably play through like maybe 4 or 5 games a year at this point because I literally just don't have time. Yeah, they fixed it. That's perfect. As long as they come along and fix it, I don't mind. You know, then basically if they No Man's Sky it, right? Because No Man's Sky was laughed at and panned like crazy, and then they came along and fixed it. Now it's apparently a really popular game. Or at least it was. I don't know if it is now. Not if I know, but it's a good example, you know. And I think a lot of indie devs do that too. Like if your game sucks and you can fix it, like if there's people who are playing it and they're like, we want your game to be good, then you should do it. Don't start over. Starting over, then they're just going to realize you just dump your game, you know, like, oh, I abandoned it. If this game sucks, I'm going to make it better. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a bunch of female characters, so if it doesn't sell well, maybe it just gets re-released as a hentai game, but nothing. That's the big joke. You put a bunch of female characters in a game, you release it as a hentai game if it does bad. It's like, oh, well, okay, anyway. It did well now. Best ongoing game? There's a best ongoing game award? Man, what a weird award. Congratulations on not discontinuing your game. Here's an award. Have a cookie. You can never do anything besides complex collision on these. Well, actually, that's incorrect. You can make dreams come true if you want with a blueprint and merging it, but man, that would take forever for every wall in this game. If I had a team, that's an optimization I would do. Guess who doesn't have a team? That's right, me. I don't have a team. Haha. Oh wait, that sucks. Let's not cheer that one on. That was terrible. There's a little area for Poppet to jump on too. Ooh. Gotta move all these to the building, and I also have to H-load this crap, because otherwise they're always loaded, and that is obviously not optimal. You release Cyberpunk 2.0 with DLC and bugs and exposed. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm a big fan of them, you know, just coming along and adding to games that are doing well. One of the things I was looking at was like, I mean, I'm very inspired by stuff like Bloodstained, well, mostly by Bloodstained. And one of the things they've been doing is just, they released 14 free DLCs for the game over the course of it. They often added a bunch of extra features that, you know, just weren't present originally, but there's like, here you go, this game is selling well. These are free. I'm like, damn, man. Like, here's new playable characters. Here's new playable game modes. Here's things like, you know, barbershops. The character can have different hairstyles and more hairstyles and, you know, more outfit pieces and just all this stuff for free. And it's like, cool. No microtransactions at all in the game. And then after 14 free DLCs, then they release some, like, offshoot games. Where I'm just like, okay, well, cool. Yeah. I kind of hate going upstairs as a toy, by the way. Sounds cooler than it is until you have to go up the stairs. I would have double jump at this point, though, so this is how long it would take to go up these. I kind of hate it, but I also don't hate it as much as I could. I need to move this tree. In so many ways, I need to move that tree. But that's cool they did that. More games should do that. Sadly, it doesn't really help the investors. Don't typically make a lot of money off it, so it doesn't work if you're some big company with stocks. You know, if you're some indie, you can afford to do that stuff. And like I said, that's my plan, but we'll see on how that goes. I might actually move this over. Right, because you're walking along, someone opens this up and just clocks you in the face as you're doing your thing. I'm just gonna do that and move this one over like a champion. And then I'm gonna play around with these a little bit. Raise the roof on this one.
Need a red area for her to grab. So you can almost get underneath that. Probably could, actually. This whole thing is really low in the ground here. I don't like that much. So let's do this. Browse and grab another spline. So now when you open it, it doesn't clock you in the face. And I need to plant a bunch of flowers and crap there. I mostly needed to make certain that this this hole is big enough. And once this hole is big enough, then I don't care so much anymore. Looks like it is. No issues that I can see specifically. Guess it doesn't go all the way over. Does it need to? Oh no, it does. Totally does. Okay. Okay, listen. That nav mesh is driving me crazy. Stop loading the nav mesh. So the enemies can move around and everything, and I use it for spawning purposes, but it has to recalculate where everything can go every time you move something, and I don't know why I didn't get rid of it a while ago. A little bit of self-hatred, I think, is probably the real answer. It's like, wow, my day is too perfect. Let me add a little bit of annoyance every time I move something. And it works. 10 out of 10. It's like, wow, that's just the right bit. It's almost like having some little thing that just kind of pokes you. Just... Perfect. 4 elements. And none of them are the world grid material. Nice. These are the world grid materials always there to mock me. It's like, oh, you forgot about me. This is just going to go in the building thing here. Sure. It's not even a good track. I just kind of bounce into anything at this point. It's probably the alcohol. It helps. Everything sounds better with alcohol. Alright, so now I have this. It's time to plant some stuff. Well, first I should probably put trees, places, and everything I'm going to put them. Oh, that's right. There's an extra room info in here. Where did you... You're right here. Yeah, this needs to be shrunk down, and I need to... Oh, man. Why did I make the room this shape? Oh, it's going to be annoying. I gotta turn this brush into something too. So basically, to let the game know where Poppet is, I have these little room thingies, and every time she trips one, it loads everything, like loads specific things for that room. It doesn't load the data layer. Actually, no, it does load the data layer. That's right. But it also has like an inner layer that loads, you know, puzzle things and stuff, you know, things that really don't need to be loaded that quickly. And they're square or rectangular if need be. I mean, that's pretty much it. And that is really unfortunate when you have a weird square room thingy in the center of this, or rectangular room, I guess. Not very efficient. But I also don't have any other options, so it is what it is. So I basically have to have one for this area over here. Am I getting rid of this? There was an area up here, and I could keep it. Well, either way, I'm getting rid of this one here because it's garbage. Like, I could optionally keep this area up here and have an extra area to wander around in. Like, I guess the question is, but why? It'd be like a secret little room that really doesn't lead anywhere interesting. But I could do like a little rat maze thingy with, I guess I can do that. There was an argument for making this taller if I was going to do that. Right, anyway. It is what it is. I'll take a quick bio break here in a sec. I'm getting a little sidetracked by doing this, but it does need to get done. It's not wrong. Then I have all these hidden grotto ones. That's a map cube. Stupid map cubes making my life hard. These are the things that trigger if let them know that a certain map has been located and where the player is. Part of my interesting mapping system. I tried the camera down, but the issue is the ceiling. Plus, it really wasn't very useful. It showed you like right around you, but so what? What good does that even do? You could see farther if you just look straight ahead. Like, what am I even looking at? So I couldn't really find a very useful one there. Also, this water is like a little bit too high. Or this floor could be higher up. Hear me out. What are the floors just higher up? Oh, by a little bit. The legendary Isle of the Forgotten. The most obnoxious bug I have encountered so far. Once you know what causes the bug, it's not that bad anymore. Let me tell you, I spent a great many hours trying to solve the Isle of the Forgotten. And the bug was really simple. Like, enemies would spawn here, and they would like die, but they wouldn't. It would trigger in such an odd way that they would leave their corpse there forever, and then the game would forget about them. So it's called the Isle of the Forgotten. That's because they had a thing here checking if they touched this water, it would kill them, and one of their collision thingies was a little bit too big, so it would spawn. It'd spawn here, and it was enough to hit the thing below this through the ground. Nope, this is cartoon water, which is a weird thing in the air. I might switch the inbuilt one potentially. They finally have one that works that's not tied to the landscape, but I need to look into messing with it a bit to see if it's worth the time. This one's not great, but I want something that actually things can float around in. This one was given out for free back in UE4, or around then, and the guy's never updated ever since, so it looks good. But unfortunately, the floating thingy works real bad. Real bad. But there is an inbuilt water that looks pretty nice. Yeah, he took the money and then he never bothered after that. You know, I don't blame him. I mean, you know, there's not much
valued him updating it past that point. Like, it's cool that he did, but it's just really not much reason, right? I mean, like, It's hard to feel bad for getting it for free too. It's like, well, it was free, so better is debatable. I mean, sometimes it works okay. I guess I haven't tried the newest version, so maybe it's better now. Right? Like, maybe it's like the chosen one. It'll bring balance to all the game devs. Sure. I mean, I need to see how heavy it is. I also am not sure how I'm supposed to make other things interact with it yet, because, you know, one thing Epic's terrible at is this little thing called documentation. They don't do that whole documentation thing. That's not how they roll. They're not about that thug life. Documentation? Nah, fam. That's weird. We don't need no stinking documentation. Just Epic doesn't think we do. So you just hope YouTubers figure it out? You know, I would like the tune of this music if it was done in some other instrument. Like, I think the notes behind it are pretty good. They kind of remind me almost of a Castlevania, but the instrument use it is like irritating. Right? So I was just listening to this. This sounds like a good melody, but an irritating instrument. Why would you pick this? What is wrong with you people? Why do this? Could water can start flowing from one point, hit rock stand along path, on from direction? Really? I mean, because I know there was like the fluid flux stuff, but I don't have hundreds of dollars, so clearly that ain't happening. I'm just like, not hundreds of dollars? Anybody? Anyone? Guys? Maybe? So, yeah. Well, that's down there, okay. Did a good job with buoyancy and physics? Nice, nice. I definitely want it so the rubber duckies can float. Hear me out. If I put rubber duckies in my game and someone throws those in the water and they don't float, that's like, you know, a 1-star game right there, okay? Like, let no one tell you different. Those rubber duckies should float. It's about the things that matter in life, okay? Rubber duckies float. Yeah, fluid flux is gross. It's very expensive. Not a fan.
Like this wall not connecting. Really? You don't connect? Really? The hell? Ow. Where's the little Rippy? You're locked, aren't you? I always check this stuff here, but apparently I just was visually messed up or something, but guess I'll move that over. Hopefully there's enough wall in here. There is actually not, is there? Really? Wow. I don't really want to move this wall over. Well, shit.
That's right.
It doesn't float. It's like, really? Wow, you had one job. Yeah. And you failed. I have to remake this wall. Shit. I'm gonna get rid of this crap. I hate this crap. I'm just gonna do this differently. I don't like anything involved with this. Things getting remade. Stuff is happening. I have to remake this wall. Because it's just too small. Unless I want to try to just stretch the door a bit. I could stretch everything a bit, I guess. I'm gonna test that out at 3 out. If I can get away with a quick stretch just a little, maybe I'll just do that. Oh, that's way farther than it needs to be. Like maybe no one. It might work. I don't even need to finish this area yet. I just got to working on it and I was like, oh, maybe I'll do this. That's fine. I can live with that. It'll be a little off. How'd that even happen? Oh well. I'm gonna make a pipe maze instead of having the little dorky rooms. I might have something up here. Maybe I have a small room somewhere. But that other area was just... I don't know. I didn't like it. Like what mushrooms you can grow on this wall? Oh, I should load the lower decks, right? Because all this crap is here. Problem with these, they're these crappy roots, but I think that the floor is deep enough that I can fake it till I make it on this one. I don't know if I can keep the Titanic mushrooms over here, but maybe I will. The occasional Titanic mushroom is acceptable. A mushroom is acceptable too. Or maybe they just grow out of the water. Maybe. Whenever you want something to feel like Alice in Wonderland, just added mushrooms. It's the weirdest thing, but you add in some mushrooms, and suddenly it feels like Alice in Wonderland. Don't know why, just is. Seems almost too wide. Let's try like that one there. I don't want any of this crap. What's this key to? The bilge? Sure. Oh. That's kind of a weird location for you. To be fair, there was a whole room here and now there's not. I want to hide something down here. Like some sort of secret area. I'll put that key there for now. Oh. Well, thanks for hanging out and chatting with me, Jans, for game. Good luck on whatever it is you have to go accomplish. Thanks for the follow. Hey, why I said Baker, how's it going? Oh, a person on kick, damn. Not a bot. Now there's a rare breed. Anyway, catch you later, Jans, for game. And how are you doing, YSF Baker? Mr. Baker, or Mrs. Baker, I guess. Suppose I don't really know. That's true. It was so much easier when I was younger, and it was deemed that there were no women on the internet, and the only women on the internet were FBI agents or guys. Actually, it was all the women were guys, and all the children were FBI agents. It was what it used to be. That's the joke. Ah, the good old days of the internet. Them's was good times. Did I put a build key down here? I did not. Put the build key here, please. Okay, so yeah, that's there, sure. Alright, time to plant some stuff. Nothing hidden under here? Good. Let's get my hot foliage action going. Hell yeah, brother. Foliage isn't gonna plant itself. Need your help. That's probably acceptable. We planting? Probably should have put the trees in the other order. Really adds a lot, doesn't it? And some of these tracks. This is all the stuff that they're like, yo, you get these off Humble Bundle, and you get all these cool tracks you can use in your game. You could, in theory, use this in your game. They're not wrong. Probably not going to, but they are not wrong. If I was ever going to have like an anime battle against a cat, for the fate of some magical girl world, this is probably the track that would play. And I'm just saying, like, it would probably be an epic battle, I'm sure. With many outfit changes. And maybe some catnip. Because she can't just kill the cat, that'd be weird. And some anime girl thing, but maybe bribes the cat with catnip to not take over the world. And what an odd but exciting. Okay, just an odd game that would be. I just put grass everywhere. Grass is lame. Hear me out. Grass is lame. Look at how much more exciting this is. Of course, there's so much more grass here. I actually should do a layer of grass and then do the flower thingies, honestly, instead of being lazy like I'm doing. That's true. It actually looks a little better if you do a lot more grass, thinking about it. Don't know why there's a table here, but you know, I mean, just for a painting. It's my de facto. Actually, I do know this. It's my de facto way of getting to a painting when I don't have any other better way figured out at the moment. It mostly works. Yeah, maybe more grass is the right call. So over here, it seems like there's not enough grass. But there could be. Hear me out. There could be. Excuse me. The alcohol's winning the fight. Should have probably had more. Not too bad. I just gotta go through and remove all the extra ones that I've gotten on the stuff here. Also added more grass in some of these other areas.
I don't know, it's actually painting that many. It is, it's just barely doing any. Fair. Much better looking now. Great. Right. Fabric running. Fingers. $108 wish list. Pretty good today so far. That helps a lot. Very magical. We're definitely gonna stick with more of a Wonderland theme. Well, I guess a Wonderland, Neverland. I guess Neverland is actually just Wonderland with pirates, right? I need to go through and obviously remove everything that sticks out over the things, but... Almost got like it better with all the extra crap here. There's so much more grass in that area. Push these back a little bit. Feel like really bad when they're stuck in the tree there. Like the most flowers ever right there.
I have to add a bunch of gameplay things into here. I'm not sure what I'm going to do for it. We'll see. Possibly I might make some sort of special wall here and move this over to, I don't know. I need to restructure the whole thing and have a pipe maze now. Cause, yeah. Gotta do what you gotta do. At least this works now. But instead of doing this, I should be doing geo brushes. As exciting as this is, I don't know, I guess I could finish it up. That's true. Okay, I'm already here. And you're already there, you might as well do it, right? And also just delete the ones that are over on the thing too. I gotta stand up, move around for a bit first. I've been sitting the whole time. I gotta tell you, use the restroom a couple times, and you know what? Yeah. We're back. Oops, wasn't my wish list thingy. I was all excited looking at that. Man. How's my other short twin? Oh, the other short has 1,200 views. Nice. Meanwhile, the stream has like 33. That doesn't work out anyway. Probably not gonna go like a half an hour or something like that. I don't really feel like going super late today. I got things I got to do tomorrow, so I gotta be up earlier than normal. What are these? What are those? Wait, what? Patrick. Wait. This is already converted, so what do these even do? Nothing? Okay. So this was a nothing burger? Okay. I guess these just serve no function. This was just a floor? Yeah. I kept this here because I thought I'd do something, but I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the basement. I'm of the opinion I probably don't need it. Probably just going to get rid of it. Well, I don't know. Some of these rooms are pretty well set up. Well, most of it's actually not set up, to be honest. I guess I could just make it a floor that is the right size and just call it square. Because I don't really actually. Couldn't the ceiling one just work? I don't know, whatever. There's already one down here. It's just as easy to use it and convert it to the right size. And deal with it. Maybe not just as easy. It's a thing I can do. Oh wait, this just goes into the walls. Who even cares? I can just use it as it is if I want. It's just this giant thing that goes into the walls. Guess doesn't really need to do that. Because the floor is here. Alright, let me turn the lights back on so I can see what I'm doing. The goal was to improve my FPS, not dick around with foliage. I like me some foliage, I do, but I'm redesigning a room that doesn't matter right now. Instead of adjusting the thing that I was supposed to adjust so that it wouldn't be completely awful FPS wise. Which seems like a better use of my time. Hear me out. It's probably better. That should be more than acceptable. Yeah. It's kind of a for now plan. It's taking forever to select all the surfaces. You know what makes it take so much longer? It just seems to take longer though, the more you get into it. Alright, let's just convert it to a static and move the hell on. Not an ideal thing, but again, I don't really care because I'm not going to keep it. I just need something to act as a placeholder. Because, you know, if I don't do that, it's going to be one of those awful meshes. I was going to do something with these to make them cool. This, I don't know why you're even out here. Just hover in there, wasting precious everything. A bunch of stuff's just loaded. Man, filling each of these with content is so time consuming. There's so much content that needs to be added. It's crazy to think of how much I have to do still. But I don't know, I'll just start building whatever, and even if it's like not the best content, you know, I can just update it later with better content, and that's the important thing. The amount of splines that I gotta go through too is gonna be gross. Just spline this, spline that. 177 splines, Jesus Christ, there's so many. Splines are a huge amount of resources too, because every single link between the spline is one more data call, so it's a lot indeed, let me tell you. Anyway, brushes are the problem. Oh, this floor. Am I okay with this floor as it is? Is this floor anything special? Looks like it has the 2 ways down and that's about it. Am I okay with this floor? I mean, I guess I could probably improve this a little. Little shelf here that I can have Poppet hop on is kind of cool, so I kind of want to keep that. I don't really like this particular ceiling much. Could stick with the blue ceilings of this. The metal is really boring looking. The blue kind of makes it a little more bright, a little more nice. That's probably reasonable. The other one was just this one here, which seems also not terrible. Except for this part right here could probably be brick instead. It's probably fine. It's just these three, so I don't want to select it there, but I don't like it. Not only 40 brushes. It's not too bad. I think that's all of them. Yeah, just those 2 ways down. Guess I didn't get the main area. Some of these tracks, yo. They ain't for me. I'm not good. Emphasis we Blitz collision on that thing. Ain't no way that's gonna work otherwise. I only want to screw with it. Just a generic wall. Sure. Wall. So many to go. How's my wishlist Wednesday doing? 199 months. That's not terrible. Someday. Touches this wall here. Yeah, what am I doing with this wall? Well, it's actually just a little boring wall. Sure. It's a replacement for the other wall. I'm probably fine as it is. It takes so long. It's one of the most boring tasks, but I mean, actually, it's not true. It just takes a long time. But I think I can way more boring things in this particular task. Not that I'm a big fan of this task, you understand, but hear me out. It's not the most boring. It's good too high? No. It's fine, actually. I don't like this. What's this one called? Crowd of Pump Room 2? Sure. Oops. With any keys. What's that roof thing here? I guess for now it can just be as it is because I don't really plan on changing it much. That true? I could run a hole through it and run the pipes. That wouldn't be the worst choice I ever made. Well, I'm not going to make a pipe maze anytime soon for this room, so I think I'm just going to convert it and call it square for now, and then deal with it later. I have a lot more that has to get done that doesn't involve this room, so... This is mostly just because I want to get rid of these brushes. Which meant I had to finish structuring the ways up and down, and now those are all pretty well locked into place, except for in the basement, but... yeah. So that's a future me problem, not a now me problem. That roof's faster. Whatever. Edit. Box simplified. Move the hell on. Find the remaining brushes, which are all over the damn place. So many of them. I mean, there's 33 left. It says at the bottom. It's not like I don't know how many are left. I'm just sad there's so many left. Ah, yes, this wall. I don't really have a problem with this wall. It seems fine. There's no function beyond what it currently is, but I don't really plan on changing it. So, okay. You know, a lot of these ones down here should be pretty quick because I don't plan on making a lot of changes to what's down here. It's so far in the future. I doubt this even gets... I'm starting to wonder if this isn't getting done before I get to early access. It's so much stuff. It is a lot. To be fair, by that point it won't have even been 3 years on the project, so... Am I okay with this wall as it stands? I guess I am, actually. Unless I want a doorway into here for some reason. There's a doorway from there. Well, I'm less okay with what's going on here. I'm sure I'll end up having to remake a bunch of these, but I have no idea how I'm going to remake them, so I just don't care. Like, hear me out. I don't care. It's so far in the future. It's just concept crap at this point. There's no world I could possibly know what I'm going to need at this point. Screw it. That's 5 right there. Quick double check I didn't miss anything. Quick double check they aren't sticking out in weird ways. Nothing I care about. Okay, well, that seems good to me. Um, well, the central entrance wall, I guess. Sure. It's a big wall. Starting to see how much faster they're starting to be able to work with too, because like I say, every single one you have makes every other one more complicated because they calculate against each other. So the more of you have, the worse it gets, until eventually it's just the worst thing in the world. Yeah, a bunch of these are all like the same thing. It's just literally the same area. I'm sure I'll end up wanting something through one of these. I don't know what I'm doing. There's actually no way into this room at present. But there could be. Are you locked? You are. Didn't I unlock you? Weird. For now, I'll just leave one there, and I guess I'll put one through here too, just so I have. There's already a way through that one. Sure. I'm sure I'll regret not doing this later, but you know what? That's months down the road. I'm probably gonna go through and just start doing really fast content for a lot of these things too. But I don't know, the game's looking so big. Stupid little nub came off my ear, so I'm just like, this is so weird. I forgot what this room is called, but it's fine, doesn't really matter. The main purpose of this is just to make the game run faster. Man, it's gonna be so crazy when I'm finally at that portion of the game. Definitely chomping at the bit, as they say. What? Why is there water here? Oh. It's part of this. Oh, I see, because of that. It's
put this back where it's supposed to be. The fact that there's two waters is awkward. But I might be changing it out, so I'm not going to worry too much about it for now. You know? I'm going to have to make it so that the transforms are a little different on those. Alright, I think I'm going to fold it early tonight because I have to go to a doctor's appointment tomorrow. It is much earlier in the day than I want it to be. It's just a checkup, so I don't really think it's going to be particularly interesting, but he does not like it when I am late. Yeah. I'll be back tomorrow. About 7 hours early in this. So if you like what you saw, the game's called Poppet Quest, you know. Wishlisted on Steam. The link's in the pinned comment. Join the Discord if you want. Yeah. Or not. Anyway, thanks for watching, and I will catch everyone later. I'll wave to people on YouTube and Twitch, YouTube and Kick, and then see if there's enough people watching on Twitch straight out. But maybe there is. I don't know. All right, people on YouTube and Kick.